What's Wrong with Me? The step-by-step guide to reconnect with yourself and build a more authentic life. Written by Grace Whest and narrated by Sharon Mann. Preface. Life's traumas, particularly those rooted deep in our childhood, have a curious way of lingering, like haunting shadows, affecting how we perceive ourselves and how we navigate our daily existence. For many women, these traumas become shackles, limiting their potential and dimming the vibrant light of their spirit. The relentless question, "What's wrong with me?" often echoes in the chambers of their minds. If you've ever felt this way, know that you're not alone, and, more importantly, that there is a path to healing and rediscovery. The quest for an authentic life, one where we wield control over our actions, emotions, and destinies, is universal. Yet, it's a journey that seems all the more arduous when the weight of past traumas bears down upon us. But what if the key to unlocking a life of authenticity, purpose, and joy lies within us, waiting to be discovered? Grace West's transformative book, What's Wrong with Me?, is a testament to this very idea. Drawing from her personal experiences, West unravels the intricate tapestry of trauma and self-discovery, laying out a methodical roadmap that leads readers back to their inner spirit, the sanctuary of healing. West's 7-step approach serves as a beacon, guiding readers through the process of acknowledging their past, distinguishing between reactionary emotions and genuine feelings, and forging profound connections between their inner child, their truest self, and the spirit within. This journey is not just about healing old wounds. It's about learning from them and transforming them into stepping stones towards a life of enlightenment and self-assuredness. At the heart of West's teachings is a simple yet profound truth. Within every individual lies the potent force of their inner spirit, a source of healing, strength, and rejuvenation. By tapping into this force, one can not only reconcile with past traumas, but also craft a future teeming with purpose and joy. So, to every woman grappling with the shadows of her past and seeking a life of genuine connection and control, What's Wrong with Me offers more than just answers. It offers a journey of introspection, healing, and ultimately, rebirth. Embrace it, and let the sanctuary of your inner spirit guide you to a life you've always yearned for. Chapter 1. What is the problem with me and my life? Several years ago, I got a call from a woman named Valerie. She was referred to me by Carol, who had experienced a deep emotional healing after taking my course. Valerie felt inspired by the transformation her best friend was always talking about, so she decided to take a leap of faith and call me. I started our conversation by asking Valerie, "Why do you want to take this course?" Valerie's voice was hesitant and emotional as she answered, "I just want to feel good for a change. My whole life is a struggle and I don't know why. It's not just one thing. Everything in my life seems affected. For instance, I'm a good interior decorator, but my competitors are far more successful. I could never survive on the small amount of money my work brings in. Fortunately, my husband has a thriving architectural design business, or we couldn't keep our wonderful house and lifestyle. But Dave and I are struggling with intimacy, mostly caused by me. I just can't seem to loosen up with him, so our relationship isn't what it should be. I even have the same problem of showing affection to my 2 children, who really are darlings. Well, of course, they have their moments, but nothing to complain about. They think I'm cold and impatient with them. And to tell the truth, I can't stay around them much, or I start getting tense and anxious. There's so much work, even though they're back in school now." Her voice was low and anxious, and I could feel self-doubt as she continued. "So really, I have a good life if you look at it from the outside, but it feels like there's something really wrong with me. I blame others constantly for being unsatisfied with life. I know I do it, but I can't help it. I'm compulsive and obsessive about everything. I'm always anxious. I can't stay still, and sometimes I stop everything and stay in bed for days. As for sleeping issues, I have a hard time going to sleep. My mind won't stop thinking about every little detail in my life." Then, things got quiet as she waited to see my reaction. "Valerie, I'll tell you something that seems so simple it can be overlooked, yet holds the key to finding the solution you're looking for. You continue to struggle, never finding peace, and never feeling satisfied with what you have, because your inner critic is the boss of your life, and it keeps you disconnected from more of yourself." She laughed as she explained, "I've been trying to work on myself. Heck, I just finished an online course on self-love, but it didn't help much. It just gave me a lot of positive things to think about, but who can do that all day? I already have too much to think about." I said, "I get it. I've spent a lot of my life feeling the same way, but I learned what to do about it." "Really, Grace? My childhood was pretty awful, and I'm still feeling the shame and blame. It never goes away." "Yes, Valerie. I went through the same thing. A lot of women have endured traumatized lives, been broken, and are looking for solutions. So how can you help me?" she asked. I paused momentarily before I spoke. I wasn't sure she would be able to hear the meaning of my words, so I chose them carefully. "Valerie, you will continue to struggle to find peace until you become your true self, which is your spirit-based self. And it might take a long time, because frankly, it's hard to change consciously if you don't know how to change things on a subconscious level." She thought about that for a long moment, then thanked me, and said she'd get back to me. As I hung up, I sensed that she wasn't ready to work with me. I was right. Valerie called me 2 months later. "I'm ready," she excitedly told me. "I want to finally be over with all this anxiety and pain. I'm ready to work with you and see what all this inner transformation stuff is about." Wow, Valerie, it's so good to hear from you. Let me tell you a little more about my experience before we begin working. First of all, I want you to know you're not alone in what you've experienced. I've struggled for years with the same feelings, and no matter what I tried, I still fell deeper into self-doubt. I was always afraid, anxious, and hypervigilant. Everything I did burned me out. I was exhausted from the sheer number of problems from work, instability, and trauma upon trauma. What made it worse was that the people and situations I attracted caused my children to suffer emotionally. No matter how much I wanted to give them love and security, they felt frightened and broken. I felt so guilty about this, because I was supposed to be the source of their security and well-being. Many parents feel this guilt. They try to camouflage their struggles and pain, but their children feel and absorb it. Children are so vulnerable. They really are an extension of their parents. So you see, if I can do it, so can you. I'll show you how, okay? Valerie, as we work together, I'll tell you about and guide you into your subconscious, where you'll become acquainted with your inner spirit. Eventually, you'll learn how to stay connected with it. I'll show you how to use my Hypnotic Grace guided meditation techniques to develop a connection of ego and inner spirit so you can heal and transform yourself from the inside. With consistent practice, you'll see your self-doubt, anxiety, and fear disappear. You'll see how much your personal relationships change for the better. Educating yourself about why you think something's wrong with you. You're here, reading these words because you're struggling, just like Valerie, with the dissatisfaction and pain you feel with yourself and your life. You don't know why you're feeling this way, but you want it fixed now. You don't want to continue living this way, so you're here looking for someone to help you find a way out of the box you're in. I'm so glad you are. I have a lot to show you. I can't tell you how often I hear someone say to me, "There's something wrong with my life." But they're really asking, "What's wrong with me? And why do I feel so broken? Why can't I see this?" You may be successful in your profession or job, but inwardly you feel like you're a fraud and are apprehensively waiting for people to see through the charade at any moment. You have many regrets and a deep sadness, though you hide it well. You've tried to change your life so many times, but the same old patterns tragically repeat themselves. You're uneasy, not at peace. At times, it feels like you're being controlled by invisible hands, like a marionette, that make you repeat all those painful experiences. You may appear to have a great family, but you know you don't really connect well with them. You feel hollow, like time is a big vacuum, sucking up your life. You think maybe the problem is karma, and it's all happening because you deserve it. Or perhaps it's the trauma you experienced in childhood that did something to you subconsciously, but you can't see into the subconscious, so you're not sure. You may think of getting therapy. You might feel like you have stored so much pain and so many struggles, you don't even know which one to begin with and which one might be responsible for your present feelings. You may even feel like your memory of the facts has become murky. Was that really how it happened and what you felt? Are your present feelings associated to those experiences? What you know is that there are things in the present that trigger unpredictable reactions. You may have gone through years of therapy, but these feelings seem to be out of your control, even when you do connect them to a relationship or to an experience in your past. As you grew up, you may have found ways to regulate these emotions. Some are rather healthy, such as physical activities. Maybe you do a lot of exercise, dance, or cultivate a passion. Or maybe you have less healthy habits, such as a glass of whiskey at night. It might also be that you have an addiction that has accompanied you along the road, such as smoking or television binge-watching. You might have discovered ways to soothe your feelings of stress, sadness, or even depression, but it still feels like it all is a bandage, that your inner world has been destroyed and not rebuilt, that there is something missing in you, a feeling of being broken or of emptiness. Maybe you haven't been able to develop healthy relationships. Perhaps all you find are partners that put you in risky situations, so you're scared to get attached, which creates intimacy and vulnerability problems for you. When you do get involved with someone, you often blame them for not caring enough for you. You expect them to be the loving parent you never had. You seem to repeat and inflict this pain on your loved ones. You can recognize it in the words you use and your shortness with your children. You seem to be transmitting your stress and beliefs, and certainly feel there are transgenerational patterns setting in. And then, There is the way you're sympathetic towards yourself, so you can justify what you're doing. The tragic part is, you validated your beliefs by picking friends and social groups that agree with you about your miserable life. You and your closest friends share the same beliefs. Birds of a feather flock together, as the saying goes. Life has been unfair, and you feel that your group is better than the other. And you can talk about things with them, which keeps fostering your beliefs, since all your friends are giving you the feedback you want to hear. For a while, that reassures and soothes you. It makes you feel important. But when someone contradicts you, you become uncertain and keep thinking about it. Part of you knows you haven't been genuine, and you only did it because you wanted to fit in. Sometimes a new situation arises and activates your stress level. You had been moderating it so well that you had fooled yourself. Here it's again. The situation is too painful. You can't bear it. You feel you must escape or face it, but your capacities are so diminished. The safety you had managed to create seems to vanish right before your eyes. There is no safe place suddenly, or there is no loved one. You thought you had lived through enough of these situations to be resilient, but you aren't. You still react emotionally. You might decide to turn off your emotions and stop feeling anything, but that makes you feel like a nobody who is helpless, hopeless, joyless. I've been where you are and experienced the same things, so I know exactly how you feel. I felt lost in this world, not belonging anywhere, and not knowing who I really was. I felt lots of fear and sadness. I've had my share of pain and trauma, and I'll share some of it with you. I also built resilience, and I'm proud of it, and of all my experiences. But it isn't resilience that allowed me to restore my inner making, nor to get back my essence and validate my identity, be at peace with who or what I am, and help it flourish. The narrative in my mind would never have let me be free, and I would never have been able to see how my mind would focus on that narrative, or distort it when needed, or amplify it. I would have never understood that it was shaping me, my choices, and my world. It was by practicing self-hypnosis, and then adding the search for my spirit, that led me to win over most of my most dangerous programming, the ones by my self-critic, that led to winning over my self-indoctrination and knowing when it's okay to accept some of it. In summary, I understand what you're going through, because I've been there too. Chapter 2. My Lifetime Battles. Inner Fearful Child versus Inner Loving Spirit. I always felt others had a more normal life than I did. I hadn't seen similar situations in other families. I was born a white girl, but my mother and father were black. I was lucky because, even though I would never know my birth mother, my mother was a uniquely bright, charismatic, and religious woman. She gave me positive examples that I followed all my life. In many traumatic childhoods, there's always a role model that a child clings to. My role model was my mother. She knew how to make her dreams come true. She was a self-made woman who became quite successful and often traveled the world to share her message. I was, and still am, proud of her accomplishments. In Africa, in the 1960s, she pioneered family planning and created many women's education centers to teach them about pregnancy and healthy birth options. She often went to conferences out of country to share her knowledge. When she did leave me alone with my father for what seemed an interminable amount of time, it created separation anxiety. It created more of a feeling of abandonment than being abandoned by my birth mother. About the age of 4, My father became verbally abusive, which quickly became physical abuse. I never knew exactly what would cause my father to bring out the whip. I tried to be as quiet and silent around him as possible. I was sure my words weren't disrespectful, but me, stating my truth, that always seemed to upset him greatly. After a while, I trained myself not to speak much, and to stay away if at all possible. I grew up listening mainly to other adults. I remember the first time my father got angry at me. I must have been 3 or 4. I thought the world would end. The pain felt like sharp blades piercing through my heart, as the person I loved the most terrorized me. Then the energy of peace reappeared slowly around me and inside. I thought I must have imagined it. My little mind couldn't process it. Just like the first time he got physically violent, I felt so helpless, so scared, but I remember the emotional pain being stronger. I thought I would die. I was confused and shocked, felt anger toward him, but something in me always knew that he was the bad one, not me. I felt ashamed of having such a father. I gradually integrated this reality and adjusted my persona. I found ways to soothe myself by sucking my fingers and retreating into my world. I went to an all-black school, starting with kindergarten and preschool. This difference became apparent, but not in the way one would normally think. I felt different, but not really segregated by the other kids. What I felt was class discrimination and jealousy. Being white was less of an isolating factor than feeling ashamed I was from a wealthy family. I had everything, and the other children were poor. As I grew up, the race factor grew, but the social gap was always the one children pointed out the most. I would have few friends throughout those years, but the most painful part was simply the school system. I was unable to concentrate and spent most of those years from 6 to 12 in my inner world rather than hearing what was going on in the class. At around the age of 5, for a while, I was bullied relentlessly by the children in school, who told me that my mother and father weren't really my mother and father. They would say that I was white, so it was impossible. My whole consciousness went into shock as I tried to even see if that was possible. My heart fell apart. My mother was the surest thing I knew of, and that was being challenged. I experienced tremendous confusion, fear, then rage. When I asked my mother about this, she said not to mind them, that I absolutely was her child. And the love in her was so deep, there was no question about her love as my mother. So I'd believe her. She'd teach me to pray so as not to be afraid of what children said in school. With Jesus by my side always, I tried to be brave, but from that day forward, I knew I was loved, and loved by Jesus. But I was the ugly, odd little duck. I never really fit anywhere. Safety was love, though I knew my mother loved me, and God did, so my heart stayed open. I worried all the time about being with my father. What really made everything all right for me during my childhood was caring for my orphans and my pets. My mother had a small maternity hospital where a room was dedicated to abandoned babies by their unknown mothers. I was allowed to nurture the babies, and most of them spent a couple of years with us before a family adopted them. I couldn't wait to see them, and they loved me back beyond anything. My heart would be filled with love. I had my very own loving, happy family. The hospital was connected to my house yard, and I feel I raised dozens of babies myself, with the nurses doing only the feeding and changing. I was their foster mother, even though I was only a child myself. One day I went to get Corrine, one of my most affectionate babies. I found her lying in her crib and not moving. The nurse came in, screamed, and pushed me out of the room. Mother explained that God had taken her back. Then came the burial, where I experienced minutes of intense fear and confusion. I just couldn't understand why she would be in a small box and put in the ground. I was 6 years old. This, said Mother, is the way to say goodbye. We have to trust that God is now taking care of her. The sharp pain I felt at the funeral gradually became less and less painful. I could feel this was really something I wasn't able to understand, but it was all right. Something divine must be happening, and God must be trusted. I learned to continue to love, even as my heart would break over and over again each time one of my children would be adopted and taken away by strangers. Mother would say they had found a good home with loving parents. I knew no one could ever love them or understand them like I did. I'd often cry alone hysterically as my heart broke. Then, the love of another child triumphed over the loss of the other. The traumatic pain of repeated loss of loved ones became washed away because other children needed me. Life was intense at times and had a strange way of teaching me to keep my heart open. But the pain of not being their real mother and not being able to keep them protected finally made me feel helpless. I stopped loving unconditionally about the age of 15. At the time, a new dream was born that wouldn't leave me. My repeated traumas led me to passionately desire a child to love and be loved by. My past losses had created a deep need. I believed that having a child would heal multiple experiences of losing loved ones, as well as feeling I didn't belong anywhere. There was no reason to see it any other way, because it became my strongest desire. The only thing that could bring back unconditional love was having a child no one could take away. This unshakable desire led me to become an unwed mother at the age of 20. The other emotional thing in my young life was my animal farm. My father had chickens, ducks, and various yard animals. It included a pig or two and some sheep. These were my deepest friends. Even the chickens would run and jump in my arms at my sight. I felt connected to these animals, especially one of the pigs that I could communicate telepathically with. Unfortunately, they were being raised for consumption. When I witnessed my telepathic pig on a branch roasting in a pit, I began to uncover the tragedy facing all the pets in the house. My little brain tried to understand why this was okay, but my feelings of anger grew for this murderer. He was raised in a Jesuit boarding school since a young age, in the 1930s in Senegal, and then he was a Marine. Feelings, like being close, didn't exist in his world. The spirit in me understood and loved him, but I didn't want to be around him. In our household, children didn't have conversations when adults were present, and certainly not at the dinner table. My mother, who had received a British type of education, wasn't affectionate either. She never kissed me, put me to bed, or expressed physical affection. I knew she loved me by the way I felt her. I felt her in my heart and mind, but not physically. And my father was certainly not the tender type. Softness was in his heart, but wasn't allowed to be expressed. He could only express anger towards me. I wasn't allowed out much. My wealthy and educated black parents were protective of me and my safety. They saw the potential danger from their neighbors because I was different in status and color. After all, I was the only little white girl in a neighborhood of black, uneducated people. Many of them had never seen a white-skinned person. This was the French colonial period of the 1950s in West Africa. The ways of thinking were different than what we see in Senegal today, and greatly different than what you see happening socially today in the United States. I wouldn't call my parents' concerns as being racist, but more appropriately, sensible caution. I really was a curiosity. I was often approached and touched sometimes just as an innocent curiosity. At other times, it involved inappropriate social gestures. Remember, this was before TV and social media. Our black neighbors were considered well off if they could afford radios. They weren't intellectual, but physical and impulsive. This probably would have happened to a little white blonde girl anywhere in the world at that time in underdeveloped countries, like rural China or India. It's the attraction of the unknown, and of course, it's not the same now some 50 years later in Senegal. But even now, my staff and colleagues at the hospital, who were all 100% black, still hate it when I go about in the neighborhood alone. So my parents did have to protect their child way more than if I had been black. However, what they didn't see was the danger to me from a friend of the family who sexually assaulted me without their knowing. I was innocent and trusting with this person, who violated me and hid it well. Sexual trauma often begins innocently. I was a 6-year-old child and thought I was being cared for. I was attracted by the attention before the displays of affection became physical. In the midst of confused emotions, I would simply feel more and more disconnected to the person and to my feelings, learn to look away, pretend nothing had happened, ashamed and afraid to speak out, and afraid I was to blame. I was so confused, full of guilt and shame. I came close a few times to telling my mother, but I was too scared. After all, I seemed to be able to dismiss everything, every time. Why hurt her and risk hurting myself? Love and affection became quite confusing. I learned to find value in prayer and confide in my only listener, God. I knew I'd have to hang on to the feeling that I was a child of God, that Jesus loved me, hang on to a higher level of love than the human love, and know I was a worthy person. I became a lonely child and played with animals, my babies, and my toys. I seemed to be an introvert. I spoke little. I didn't feel I could relate to many aspects of the world and people. I had few friends. In school, I also felt alien. I couldn't see the point of what they were trying to teach me. The French system was rigid, and the subjects seemed too academic to be interesting. Learning was repetitious and boring. Hours were long, breaks were short. I was just sitting for years on wooden benches in the heat and humidity. I would zone out. The teachers would say I was being in the moon, a French expression for not present. Indeed, I found refuge in my imagination. It carried me away from this world any time I needed it. It freed me. I devoured books as soon as I could read. Fairy tales were my favorite. I'd read them to myself and learn to feel the joy of being in other worlds. I would sneak my books everywhere with me. My nights were nightmarish. I struggled against falling asleep and entering the world of terror. My childhood didn't feel safe. Day or night, the world I lived in didn't feel like my home. I felt lonely and confused. Looking back, I can see that lack of affection and lack of communicating with me was physical and mental neglect. It was just as toxic to me as a physical sexual aggressor. Fortunately, at the age of 10, Mama decided to send me to a Catholic boarding school in Senegal. I was safe, and I loved praying and going to all the services several times a day. Then, At age 12, she sent me to a private boarding school in England for a couple of reasons. My father's anger toward me was scaring her. She also felt it was time for me to have a proper education at an elite school. Mama had a dream for me that she could never achieve for herself, and she had the means to make it happen for me. I really looked forward to my new school in England. I thought my life would finally be as beautiful as in my fairy tale books. I never conceived of the struggles awaiting me because I couldn't speak English and I didn't understand their customs. Almost immediately, I experienced bullying. I became the target of all the hatred from the other girls who considered me an outsider and called me Frenchy and Froggy. I realized that their level of prejudice toward me would become amplified if they knew I had black parents, so I never told anyone about my mother. For that reason, I never encouraged my mother to visit the school. I missed her, but I invented stories to avoid her coming. It seemed easier, but it made me feel guilty. Instead, we'd meet twice a year in London, away from boarding school. We'd write and share our feelings through letters. However, mail took 2 months to reach her in Africa. I felt our intimacy being tested. In the 70s, calling Senegal cost the equivalent of $20 today. It wasn't reasonable. In case of emergency, you sent out a telegram. We grew more distant. She wasn't so much part of my world anymore. I really was on my own now at the age of 12, with absolutely no one to confide with. I tried to appease my bullies by retreating in my world of silence, but they wouldn't leave me alone. At first, I endured their hateful verbal remarks, but then it turned physical. After a year, I gained the courage to fight back. In order to survive, I became the most violent of them all. When fear entered me, I would lose control. I now know how pain can take you to extremes. I was attacked every day, but now I fought back. When they hit me, I hit them twice as hard, and didn't stop until I drove them away. I made them fear for their lives. I had no control over myself. This tactic worked. I finally got them to stop attacking me. But I felt sad that there was no other way to deal with bullies. I developed a sort of Superman aura. Every time anyone was being bullied, I'd jump in and protect them. Things got easier and easier, and life in boarding school made me resilient, and eventually, I developed more and more extrasensory perceptions and instincts, and my inner world got wider and wider. At the age of 17, I met a man 10 years older than myself who I felt understood me completely. He became my mentor. He taught me things like photography and filmmaking. Life with him was creative, fun, and therapeutic. I felt safe. I could finally trust someone and talk about so many things. I could even open up about my nightmares and my history. I could also talk about my connection to spirit. I was sure he would love me forever. Then came more disappointments. I was shocked to find out he had a wife and child. I suspected there were other relationships. My heart was broken, just like the day little Corinne passed away, never to come back again. But this time, the hurt lasted. I couldn't grasp how someone could love me intensely and be unfaithful. How could anyone do this? Something had broken down in me. I could never trust again. It was then I decided to go to the U.S. so I could study film and TV production. I felt so excited. Creating fantasy seems to be the only way to be real when life seems so unreal. I was pregnant without realizing it when I left him and headed for California. He promised to come and join me, but he never did. My baby would be born out of wedlock after all. I was aware in the back of my mind that this was the biggest shame of all to my father, but I didn't care. I now felt like a rebel. I was happy about my dream come true. I wouldn't allow any feelings of shame to be felt by my child. My love for her gave me the strength to conquer everything. A year after I started film and TV school in LA, I had a terrifying experience. I had been sheltered most of my life. I was naive about danger in this new environment. I left a small window open, and a man crawled through in the middle of the night. All I remember is that I woke up to the feeling of being suffocated. I felt a tremendous power rage through my body because I knew he was about to rape and kill me with the pillow. I managed to push him off me and scream as loud as I could. That made him give up attacking me, and he ran off. Naked, I ran through the street for help. I couldn't describe him to the police. It was too dark. For years, I didn't sleep at night. I was afraid he was still out there looking for me, and I was being secretly stalked. I had succeeded in stopping the rape, and my baby, her father, was my unfaithful friend in France, was absolutely welcomed. However, I was an unwed mother, and security and support was of great importance for my child and I. I decided I wanted to marry, not for love so much, but for all sorts of needy reasons. I didn't know that without the love ingredient, this was to lead to separation and much destruction. I went on with my life and made progress at the school. I liked my newfound freedom in Los Angeles. There was something about America that was less judgmental, less heavy than Europe, with all its history and beliefs. I discovered I could talk about aliens or spiritual subjects to a few people of like minds. I lived in a hippie community in Topanga Canyon, acted in plays and the film industry, studied what I like, and felt on top of my world when the worst predator of all appeared. I met this man at a friend's dinner party one evening. He seemed very charismatic and brilliant at business. I loved his ideas, and we talked long into the night. I was immediately attracted, and we began seeing more of each other. This turned into a business relationship, which became a personal relationship. Eventually, we married. I didn't see anything wrong with him when I met him because he was so charming and attentive. But that quickly changed after we were together. I soon realized there was something awfully wrong with him. I tried to leave him, but he intentionally made me afraid. He blackmailed me by telling me to follow his directions if I wanted to save my life. It was then that I realized I had married a psychopath. My life became more and more surreal. Out of fear and shame, I married him, hoping this would ease my life-threatening situation. The day of my marriage, I cried for hours. I thought to myself that this must be a film. It couldn't be happening. Maybe once I married him and all was safe, I could divorce him in a few months. I appeared at our wedding like an actor on the set of a Greek tragedy play. My husband wanted total control. He created a constant state of imminent danger in me. He played with my sanity, fabricating stories, mixing in some truth so as to make me doubt myself. I tried to adapt, as I had in many other childhood traumatic situations. I looked the other way and tried to live with the predator. I loved him like I did my father, out of fear and need. After all, some of the time he'd be nice, but I never knew whether he was going to be Jekyll or Hyde from moment to moment. But the beast became more abusive. I tried 3 times to escape, and 3 times came back because I was afraid he would harm the friends who sheltered me. I changed my approach to the situation. I felt that if I really loved this man, pleased, and reassured him, he would be good to me, and my little girl wouldn't suffer. On some occasions, he'd threaten me about going to the police with his made-up stories. He fabricated evidence to support his false accusations. He was able to completely isolate me. He made up stories about improper relations between my child and her stepdad. He would harass and threaten me that he would put me in jail until I became so scared for him and my child, I asked her stepdad to stay away. It broke both of their hearts. And these weren't fake threats. Every now and then he made sure that I knew he might indeed kill me. It didn't matter that I was pregnant. He'd put a gun to my head. One time, he shot at me, missing on purpose by a small margin. He actually had me locked up in jail for a short time on fabricated charges to show me how much control he had. I now had a son and daughter from him to think about. He knew he could use them to scare me the most. Everything I did was motivated by the need to protect my family. He knew I might not have minded dying to finish with my suffering, but I would never leave them unprotected. Once, I ran away to Senegal. He hired people to try to kidnap my children, but they didn't succeed. They did threaten my mother. In the end, I felt he could always find us, so I always came back and negotiated a truce. He was finally put in jail for fraudulent activities. I was jailed for a short time on suspicion. I was released on bail, but he stayed locked up. He immediately became worried that I would run off again, so he put out a contract on my life. I was terrified and had to be extremely careful because he had many contacts and resources. I believed I had no choice but to go far away, somewhere that he wouldn't be able to find me. At that moment, fleeing was my best and only option. It would mean running away while on bail and while I was getting a divorce. Still, my instinct and my experience was guiding me strongly. I wasn't safe in the U.S. I had to leave the country, and I had to act quickly. He was only 2 days away from going through with having me killed. Months after I flew to France, he was finally sentenced to 20 years in prison. However, my big concern was that I was in violation of jumping bail, and the district attorney was looking for me internationally, mostly to testify against him. My husband didn't stop looking for me. Even from jail, he was able to get his lawyer to have a judge issue an international warrant for me with Interpol for child kidnapping. I was tired and lonely. France wasn't really my country, just my nationality. I was in hiding and couldn't go back to my mother in Senegal. I couldn't let her know where I was, as he had people watching and harassing her all the time. No one but a close friend knew where I was for years. Survival as a wanted criminal was like living with the sword of Damocles hanging over my head. Financial struggles were compounding the difficult logistics of the situation. Nothing could be in my name, not even my lease. It was the kindness and trust of strangers that was the biggest lesson at this phase of my life. I realized the world is full of good, kind, and humane people. My children were my biggest concern. The extremeness of my emotional disorders and my life situation, and the long-term effects of post-traumatic syndrome made me emotionally unavailable. Like so many people whose life just keeps getting worse, so does the life of their family. But I'd console myself. I so loved them, and this was so far from the life I dreamed of giving my children. I just had to make sure I didn't drown. At least I was alive and with my children, and one day I would find a way to make up for all the lost time. But I felt guilty, because even as I believe I made the best choices, I often made bad ones. I really was always just surviving, and at times, I was robotic even when I smiled or laughed, so as to keep up appearances for them. At times, I'd break down and yell at them for what must have seemed so unimportant. Trying to protect their emotional and physical stability was constantly on my mind, but my fearful, stressful, emotional levels affected them even more than the situations. I was suffering from severe traumatic stress, but I had my gift, hypnotherapy, and I healed others by opening a hypnotherapy practice in France at the time when it was almost unheard of in the States, let alone in France. Surprisingly, I did well, and it saved me. Little by little, by helping others see, it helped me see and feel the parts that had been numbed over the years. After my mother passed away, I carried out her wishes to save her work and assumed the responsibility for running the hospital in Senegal. I placed my intentions and believed in the impossible. I knew I would succeed. In loving it passionately, I continued to love her. Through sheer tenacity, common sense, and the ability to understand business, I figured out what had to be done to keep the doors open. My instincts and natural people skills allowed me to manage a large staff of doctors, nurses, midwives. It recovered and grew to become a landmark and a continuation of my mother's legacy of caring about women and children's welfare. This is proof of what can be accomplished when you intentionally follow your instincts and base them on the inspirations of spirit rather than your ideas alone. Today, I'm a happy and successful woman in all possible ways. My children have found, over the years, greater peace. I found a wonderful man whom I can trust, and we're a strong, bonded family. How I stayed sane and turned my life around. I was fortunate to haven't lost my inner spirit early in life. I certainly felt a strong conscious presence beyond myself, and to make it a specific friend, I often humanized it by naming it Jesus. Though I experienced many traumatic moments that suppressed my awareness of it for a considerable time. I often remember saying to myself during those moments of deep darkness, "Things are too much right now. I'm losing the feeling of you. But I promise, when things get better, I will spend more time with you and become a wiser person." During my most intense traumatic moments, I felt like I had been buried under a pile of rocks. Then, when the pain became so strong that I couldn't stand it any longer, it triggered me to focus inward, where I could hear the whispers of spirit again. That got me out of there and into a better place for a short time. But then something happened, and the old patterns took over again. I lost awareness of my inner spirit and made more bad choices. This happened repeatedly throughout life, like a roller coaster. I was on the verge of losing my mind in the most horrific relationship when I found one of the few people who practiced hypnotherapy in Los Angeles. A short time later, I attended a new course at a school called the American Institute of Hypnotherapy, and my life changed dramatically. I discovered the subconscious mind, and week after week, answers came about my situation. I couldn't escape yet, but I found a way to survive and manage it. My inner self became richer and stronger. The fact that I could pray and meditate through my hypnosis gave me temporary relief. I would feel moments of strength, and opportunities would open some doors so as to be safe again for a while. I became more aware that I wasn't left alone with no resources. God was always within me through these experiences. I could feel spirit guiding and protecting me from illness or death. Eventually, I saw that without connection to inner spirit, I made choices that took me down a path that turned out to be bad for me. That's when my life turned around. I stuck with it, and the old patterns of sadness, regrets, and bad choices lost their grip on me. I felt okay, which eventually turned into feeling good. I was able to resist being triggered by fear and the negativity of others. I tapped into the creativity of spirit, and my knowledge of hypnosis became a source of income. I had found a perfect way to support my children and myself. I learned amazing things about the subconscious through my sessions with my clients. I learned how traumatic memories become pain stories that turn into subconscious programs. I learned how these programs control us when we aren't consciously connected to spirit. Through many years of journeying into the subconscious using hypnotherapy, I have discovered that spirit is far better at healing and guiding us than we ever thought possible. That's why I'm here with you today. I sincerely want to tell you, with love, that you can become aware of what's happening in your life and affect it dramatically for the better. You can learn to heal the subconscious patterns sabotaging your life and preventing you from experiencing a happy and fulfilling life. You can develop a relationship with spirit in your daily life. All those people you care about will benefit greatly from your new, true self. I'm here with you, and you're safe, because I've been hurt just like you, and I wish someone with all my knowing had been there then. I truly hope we'll get a chance to work together. I have the solution you've been looking for. When we do, you'll reap the benefits of enlightened hypnotherapy. My guided meditation techniques enable your ego and spirit to team up in order to heal your traumatic subconscious memories. Chapter 3. The benefits of becoming aware of your spirit, ego, and best self. I once had a client named Michael who always wanted me to explain things in terms of vibrations. Everything is energy and vibrations, he'd say. He loved to quote Einstein and other famous scientists to support this idea. I explained to Michael that the idea of energy vibration was central to my 7-step program, because God, or a divine intelligence, includes everything. I told Michael about what Einstein wrote. Anyone who is seriously involved in the pursuit of science becomes convinced that a spirit is manifest in the laws of the universe. This spirit is vastly superior to that of man, and one in the face of which we, with our modern powers, must feel humble. Planck, a theoretical physicist, echoed the same deduction. I told Michael about what he said. We must assume the presence of an intelligence even behind the vibrations that constitute the nuclei of atoms. This must be a universal intelligence. It's the intelligence that not only holds together the proton and the neutron in the nuclei of atoms, but holds together atoms in molecules and molecules in the multimolecular structures that are the physical objects of the observed universe. God, the creator of vibrations, and a world that is manifested vibrations suited Michael's understanding well. I continued to illustrate my point by telling him, God gave you consciousness, and with it, the gift of awareness. You got a particular set of senses to perceive with, and through them, you can be aware of a certain range of vibrations. So, you see, Michael, everything is a vibration, but we're only aware of what we can be aware of. Everyone doesn't have the same awareness. Each person has a unique amount of awareness. Grace, when it comes to relating spirit, ego, and the best self in terms of vibrations, how would you describe it? Well, the vibrations we're most accustomed to are the ones that reflect our reality, the vibrations that our senses have practiced interpreting, cataloging, and filtering. Ego is the creation of all our thoughts, so it's easy to understand that our thoughts have a vibration. They create a healthy or unhealthy ego, depending on the quality of our thoughts. But spirit isn't as familiar as your ego. In order to perceive its messages, you have to be familiar with a state of consciousness that is less stimulated by the vibrational input of thoughts. Spirit is manifested within you, but in order for you to perceive it, you need to alter the state you're in through deep meditation or other calming exercises that relax your thinking activity. Your everyday thinking mechanism has to be slowed down, along with your sensory stimulation and activities. You slow down perception of your outside world. This results in changing your vibration wavelength, which changes your awareness. When you shift into this altered state of awareness, you have a different awareness experience. You begin to receive images, tones, and intuitive messages, which stay with you as you go about your daily life. Michael nodded and added, "So, everything you perceive is a vibrational phenomenon produced by an infinite intelligence, the ultimate power, God consciousness. Then, human spirit consciousness that you speak of is a state of awareness and the capacity to be aware. This would have to include the capacity to be aware of your inner spirit vibration, your ego, and eventually your subconscious conditioning." Exactly, Michael. When you gain awareness, you're connecting to spirit. You're coming out of the dark vibrations into the light ones. It's simple. You gain the ability to align yourself into your best self by shifting into the vibrational state I call spirit. Yes, now I understand, Grace. Spirit isn't a being. It's a vibrational state. From then on, he understood spirit better. He stopped trying to give it a human-like form, or call it God, goddess, angel, or a wise self, although that is all right. Michael just wanted it to be a cluster of vibrations called spirit vibrations. He developed the capacity to enter a state where he could feel the vibrations. He didn't remain in it for long periods of time, just every time he needed it. He'd pick up his iPod and listen to one of the Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, and just let the vibrations of spirit settle in, while part of him listened to my stories. Then he'd go about his days, amusing himself with more awareness of himself, and knowing spirit was altering his personality. In our later discussions, he talked about how his life had changed from the inside out. He still lives in the same town with the same nagging wife and the same irritating children, but everyone around him seemed to be changing for the better. What had visibly changed in him was his reactions. He no longer stressed constantly and filled with charged emotions. He still has a highly positive critical mind. He repeated to me that in his AA meeting, he spoke of his newfound peace. Michael said, "Ego blesses us with awareness of ourselves, which enables us to find our way back to our spirit state and blend back into God consciousness. We never need to feel alone or do things on our own with a great deal of struggle. The shift in awareness is our gift, so we can discover that we alone couldn't do it for ourselves." He continued saying, "The most important message that we all need to hear is that we're 100% a part of God. The intelligence and energy that created everything also gave us ways to create and maintain our awareness of the divine within us. Why aren't we naturally aware of our spirit? This fact is already known subconsciously and in your body and everything within you, but not so much to your mind, that has been mostly at the service of the ego. Awareness of ego was the first step in man's evolution, but we're individually and collectively entering deeper and deeper states of awareness. Most people think they're their ego because it seems more real and tangible to their ego mind. The mind is good at interpreting sensory stimulation and converting them into thoughts. Mind-thought activity isn't good or bad. It defines who we are. At the same time, there is a strange feeling inside that says, I have a problem with that. I just don't believe that all of these battles, roles, and scenarios that I'm playing are all there is. This is the fundamental doubt that we have felt inside since we were children, that tells us that there is something off here. What is it? What is wrong with this picture? What is wrong is that it isn't all of you. You fundamentally are a spirit dancing in the theater of life ballet. The moment you fully accept that you're playing in this world reality, you realize you have the power to change, to modify your actions, thoughts, beliefs, moods, feelings, and sensations. When you're out of sync with your spirit, you can learn to sense it as something is off. You can look at your thoughts, plays, scenes, problems, and whatever created your life story. You can be the observer and watch your story. You can feel whether or not they match your essence. Spirit. Inner spirit is a divine essence. It's a set of vibrations synced with God and not affected by your ego. It's your lighthouse and your guide. It has always been here. When you were born, when you were 5, when you were a teenager, when you got married, when you had kids, when you grew old, when you die. It's there looking out through your eyes. Spirit is you, your essence and presence, your ultimate self. In a past, future life, in other realms, or the afterlife, you still have the same spirit. Your spirit. It isn't something that you have to go search for. It's always within, talking to you. Its language is intuitive and inspirational. It's the inspiration you feel when you're excited to do something. Don't think you will never know what your spirit is like. Spirit is in touch with both the ethereal world and the physical world. It's a vibrational state that we can be trained to sense as we relax deeply. Ego. Ego is also a state of vibrations, but you have a dominant ego. This is a pretty serious matter because that is the one that does the struggling and fighting. We stabilize I early in life. Ego starts to develop in a little child, creating a character that is distinct and separate from others, everything in the environment, and from the initial you within. Ego is a thought container that is continually being added to and reconstructed. It isn't a final product, and it isn't all of you. It's composed of memories and feelings from every thought, action, and experience you have had since birth. It defines your sense of self and who you think you are. It's the filter through which you view everything in your life. Spirit can be seen peeking through when you watch someone, but at the same time, you will see more of their ego. Most often, there is a great discrepancy between the two. Now, some people have absolutely gorgeous egos. It just seems to blend so well with their spirit. But they're the exception. The ego is like a marionette. It really is a projection of all that is in your subconscious. It's all that has been recorded since you were born. The ego is built on all your hurts and pleasurable experiences. Serious traumas become strong guides in life. The ego is there to protect you and to help you survive. But a lot of things that your ego dictates are programs from your subconscious. You just follow the instructions on a sort of autopilot. You don't know why you say or do things most of the time. The ego has a hard time connecting to spirit consciousness. It's mostly conscious of something it calls reality, and this reality happens to her, him. The ego is a conditioned, fluctuating set of vibrations compiled to form a personality. Ego is easily perceived when you become aware of what thoughts are. Ego is capable of great changes and adaptability. It will follow spirit as it's informed correctly by spirit. Hypnotic Grace Guided Meditations. Hypnotic Grace Guided Meditations were created as a refined hypnosis and meditation tool. They can specifically help you accelerate the alignment of your thoughts and feelings to the frequency of your spirit, so you can feel the healing and creative capacity of an ego-spirit connection. Your inner spirit is your energy body. It's a field of energy that joins your physical life to the infinite. It has qualities of both. Your energy body receives and acts in both worlds, the world of form and the formless. It's the dualistic nature of the physical reality that makes it hard to be aware of your spirit. It seems like you have a spirit, but you can't quite tell where or what it is. It may be just a beautiful, unreachable idea or theory, until you become more conscious that it's always there inside. Hypnotic Grace Guided Meditations help you to stop focusing on what your thoughts are always presenting to you, so you can become aware of spirit within. They help you achieve a sustained mindfulness using the focused energy of your attention to stay aware of your inner spirit and flow with it. They accelerate your ability to focus your attention inward and feel your inner spirit. During the meditations, your ego participates in bringing your attention inward to experience the feeling of spirit. Without resistance from your ego, you're able to drop obsessive everyday concerns. This frees your mind to calmly observe, and you become an aware observer. Your perception of your thoughts, sensations, and feelings become enhanced. You become increasingly aware of what's going on around you and what you're doing and feeling in each moment. The method. Hypnotic Grace Guided Meditations guide you in taking journeys into your subconscious to experience your inner spirit, explore consciousness, and change your experiences in your physical reality. The quiet voice of inner spirit is often difficult to hear because of the shouting of pain stories in your head. These meditations are successful in getting past the noise. The imagery used to take you past the mental constructs of your normal, conscious, awake state, so you feel relief from mental and physical tension. In this calm state, you soon become aware of the vibrations of your inner spirit. In most other traditional guided meditations or hypnosis, the techniques work with the subconscious to reprogram it, and the person is set aside. In my method, you're participating in the process of connecting your ego to your inner spirit and experiencing a state of ego-spirit enhanced awareness. Then, you're able to use intention to find solutions to the problems you're having. Your problem-solving ego, with your inspired inner spirit, manifest the desired outcome. Each time you re-emerge from these meditations, you're less affected by pain programming and show more characteristics of your spirit. The transformations delight you each step of the way. Through Hypnotic Grace guided meditation, you will become aware of what and how you created your life story, and most all of your pain story. You also have a character that you created around that story that has an emotional baggage that makes you suffer. Pain isn't the issue. What happened to you isn't even the issue if the situation is past. The ultimate issue is how you still suffer this sort of pain again and again. Realize how unpleasant emotions tend to be suppressed in the subconscious and how they create repeating patterns. How your reactions are due to repressed emotional pain. Meditations and focused awareness. You will discover how it's possible to dissolve these profound subconscious emotions, how to let go of all the negative storylines and create new ones that are just as hypnotic, but more in tune with the essence of your spirit, the right tune. You will learn what it takes to remove the charged emotions within guilt, anger, fear, blame, and feelings of inadequacy as you develop awareness of subconscious conditioning and begin modifying them with inner spirit. Through the repeated experience of Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, you will remember that you're an individualized spirit and develop faith in the fact that you're an inseparable and eternal part of the infinite Creator. That as such, you can create any experience, any potential future you wish to have in this illusionary time-space. Through Hypnotic Grace guided meditation, you will develop a state of being, a state of consciousness of joy, confidence, and gratitude. You will reconnect to those feelings of yourself. Your best self is achieved by becoming an ego spirit. You will develop the awareness that lets you change anything in your subconscious to bring about this transformation. Any programmed thought or action that is automatic can be changed. You will begin testing this, and then you will feel your inner power and capacity. Through Hypnotic Grace guided meditation, as an observer, you will revisit symbolically your metaphoric wounded ego, or wounded child, to bring it to heal. When you feel that your ego is doing things that don't feel right, it indicates that there is a mismatch between your ego and spirit. It's caused by a wounded inner child who still makes you believe that there is something wrong with you. There is no more struggle when the pain is released and light of spirit enters the child. Here, through Hypnotic Grace guided meditation, the goal is to fundamentally know that you're a powerful spirit, a godlike entity that wants to enjoy its sensory perceptions. Sensuality is the act of touching and interacting with the world with greater sensory awareness. It can bring a great deal of pleasure to be sensitive and sensual, including having a natural magnetism. Through each step and the use of Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, you're no longer just an antenna, picking up any and all signals and transmitting them any which way. You have a strong central signal that comes from within. You don't even have to know where it will lead you as you accept that life changes. You're allowed everything that feels in harmony to spirit. You can allow life to pass through you, again to flow gracefully, to follow what vibrates with you, and to change accordingly. You can allow yourself to be an ego spirit, the best self, in each moment. Spirit is in you, your real DNA. It's a particular vibration that flows through you constantly. Your ego character, however, doesn't match what your spirit is telling you every nanosecond. When something is off, and you know you aren't in harmony with spirit, then become more aware. When I look around, and I often do look at other people, I'm completely amazed. I see and feel spirit in them, right behind their ego. I see past their scenario of painful lives, patterns, and everything they have experienced. I rarely meet anyone who isn't beautiful. If you start looking at people that way, you will see that it is exactly what they are: spirit, with some resistant quirks in their ego. And that ego, poor thing, isn't really evil. It's just the product of conditioning by life struggles and traumas. This practice isn't really a difficult one. You just have to presume that you are already 100% spirit. You're absolutely perfect. Presume and believe it. It's the truth. You know this because there is something inside you that nudges you when things are off. Whether you're a marathon runner, musician, mother at home, or a kid playing video games, you know when things are off. Not because other people don't think this is right, but because you can feel it. Spirit glows in all people in unique ways. Everyone is a limited edition spiritually. Don't look for the ideal picture of your spirit in anyone else. Through understanding ego, spirit, and your best self, you will always have a way to change your life completely. When you realize you have an absolutely beautiful, aware spirit that is always with you. Chapter 4. Step 1. Acknowledging your story and seeing what areas still need your attention. In France, I had a lovely client named Dominique, a well-to-do owner of a fancy clothing store. I happened to know her before she came to me for therapy. I'd pass by her shop, and across from it, she would often be sitting at a cafe with friends. They would sit for long periods of time, talking actively, and each time I'd pass by, it seemed they were talking about the same thing: one of their ex-husbands. They would go over the pain they had endured, the lies or cheating, the insults they had suffered from. It felt like something that just happened recently. After meeting her, I realized she'd been divorced for over 8 years, but this habit apparently was what gave her and her friends a common pain story. It's what defined her ego. At the start of her therapy, I asked Dominique how she would describe the feeling of this story, and she answered, "I feel it kills me little by little. I did everything to make our family happy, and now I can't stop thinking about it." "And you can't stop talking about it," I added, "which makes it grow more powerful, rather than letting the negative energy of those days float away. Does it feel like you're addicted to your pain story?" "Yes, that's almost the feeling." "Well, you are, and it's like drinking small doses of poison every day. If it kills you, it would be your fault, not your ex-husband's." She laughed, almost relieved, and added, "So, how do I stop thinking about it? How does anyone learn to be the master of their thoughts?" "You will. Don't worry. Whenever a thought enters your mind and you feel a negative emotion, you will become aware of it and instinctively turn away." In therapy, Dominique realized the main poison was that by blaming others and judging them, she was always blaming herself and judging herself. She chose a new intention, a new storyline, that of owning her happiness. She followed her desires, which she had abandoned when she gave her powers away. She has since joined a yoga group and sings Friday night at a small local restaurant. I often crossed paths with her outside my practice. She'd be radiant. She told me she often laughs with her friends, but when one of them brings up negative past stories, she immediately responds with a favorite saying. How do you feel about this pain story? Has it become your favorite poison? It's not easy to see that we follow the path of our pain more than our joy. You may have listened to many special speakers or done therapy, but you still may feel you can't control your emotions or choices. This is because you're under the control of a spell, an invisible emotional inner script that creates your thoughts from which arise your words and actions as they follow a preset road that gets more and more automatic as time goes on. In addition, there is no one showing you how to go beyond these limiting beliefs and reactions. Our life stories are created by our thoughts, our beliefs, and what we tell ourselves. Everyone creates their life consciously and unconsciously based on other people's beliefs or based on an imaginary life within. As a child, I know that these qualities of consistent daydreaming saved me. I was a gifted dreamer. I dreamed in classes during the long days and during the long silent meals sitting across from my father. I used my daydreaming when I'd be so angry at my father after he screamed at me or hurt me. My awakened dream states became more intense as I discovered the world of books. I read all kinds of fairy tales or stared at the pictures over and over. The fantasy world was my playground, and my identity was firmly derived from it. This was to become the basis for my hypnosis method. I would associate my clients into imaginary metaphoric hypnosis that would allow them to dissociate with their mental activities, thus allowing spirit to become present and in charge. Essentially, the client is in two places at the same time. It's allowing spirit to work on many levels of its being while they're simultaneously listening to my voice, telling them a matching story or tale. Sometimes, I might borrow from existing tales whose symbolism I found particularly significant. The language of the subconscious isn't words, and rarely numbers. It's encoded within symbolism that portrays emotions. Symbols are like a concertation of information, many of which you may already be aware of in your dreams. If you change certain symbols, it's the whole inner story tale that changes, and it always ends up happy. No one needs to know your particular story in order for this exercise to work. My Hypnotic Grace guided meditations are online, and many times I know nothing about most people's problems. We simply always ask first that Spirit be there to do the subconscious work regarding the specific intention in the course. In discovering your story, there will be no feeling of reliving any particular event. When children put themselves in a state of reverie, they don't relive their pain stories. They're purging them. Children know instinctively that imagining things and acting them out creates great pleasure and is a great outlet for trauma. If you want to change, you have to relearn to play in the imaginary world first. Many people know this, but few are those who can harness this power. In step 1 of this process, the inner script is unveiled. The method bypasses the ego, the actor in the story. It's only when we perceive our story and what damages it might have caused us that we then will include the logical mind, the ego, and ask it to turn over this inadequate script and part to the director of the play, Spirit. Presuming that you now know that you are, in essence, a spirit, it will take several weeks of exercises to do this passing of the script to spirit, and for ego to stop struggling and trust spirit to do its work. Ego doesn't want you to be conscious of what spirit decides. It doesn't want you to believe that spirit knows what is best for you. It doesn't want you to change the internal dialogue and to know that all you have to do is ask spirit. In step 1, you might have a problem with your ego accepting this. It thinks that it doesn't make sense, for it knows we live in a dangerous world and it's the ultimate protector as our defensive guardian. It's there to cloak you, shield you, and present you in a way that pleases others. It's created from experiences, and mostly from pain experiences. It doesn't want to give up this defense mechanism. It doesn't want you to get hurt again. It created belief systems to guide you, most of the time without your awareness or approval. The stories you tell yourself right now are therefore mainly fabricated by the ego, whose aim is to make you an individual and separate from everyone else, and defined by your stories, feelings, and character, so it's difficult for ego to get involved, but it's also difficult for ego to not get involved. Some of my clients have mentioned to me that they believe you can't change much. They believe that you can't get out of money problems or get rid of your depression, as if it's an innate part of you. They think that their body isn't attractive, or downright ugly, or that they aren't socially acceptable because they're gay, or come from a less educated class, culture, or skin color. This internal dialogue they're listening to is sent out by their wounded ego. These are all fabricated beliefs following original traumatic events. Your ego isn't at peace. It won't hear of this new spirit entity that is claiming it's the true you and wants to take control. Ego is genuinely concerned, worried, and afraid. You can confirm this by way of your emotions. You might feel some form of anxiety, even stress, at the idea of the change that might happen if you listen to these guided meditations. Let's say your main problem is that you feel shame. Your ego will want you to keep your shaming self and social image with poor self-esteem, so you don't get disappointed again, or hurt by others who will shame you if you're unaware of your shame. You need to acknowledge and address your ego's pain stories and concerns. How you listen to your pain stories makes all the difference. However, you don't want to get sucked up in your ego's epic details of your sad and destructive life. You want to go straight to the programs it is archived in your subconscious and only pull out the essence. The core idea is to be fully aware of the themes of this lifetime, and even of the generational passing down to you of their pain stories, or the pain we carry over from previous lifetimes or parallel realities. All these are potentially picked up by your ego. You need to have access to the information that controls you in your subconscious programs. What is your underlying theme? Who is your storyteller? Is it your spirit? Is it your best self? Is it your ego? Your personality and life unfold according to the storyteller within. In step 1, we consciously develop awareness of your subconscious invisible programs. The subconscious programs are so automatic, so well practiced, so fast, they escape your awareness. You need to learn how to catch your persistent, painful thoughts and listen, like in slow motion, to the voice of your inner critic. The personality you have developed will have a different tone of voice when this therapy is done. You will move differently, as if you had more integrity. Triggers will pop up when you aren't in accord with your best self. Your best self may keep all the past structural aspects of you, but change the content to be more appropriate to your spirit. A self you enjoy, and a life that you accept, regardless of mistakes. Your best self will follow a story that leaves you free at all times, but it still guides you effortlessly and automatically. In essence, the reprogramming of your ego, to include spirit, is similar to a bad driver who learns to watch his mechanisms by slowing them down and becoming aware of faulty automatism. Then, the driver replaces them with newer ones and practices a new automatism. This allows your subconscious to let negatively charged emotions pass through and out of your body. Then you can go back to your subconscious for new programming. This time, spirit will do the work. You won't bury it with your ego demands and solutions. You will learn to trust what your true, organic, biological inner being sees is best. In becoming aware of your old program, I use a method that won't put you at risk of identifying with these past negative experiences. You will be in a dissociated state. Before acknowledging your story using my method, we will briefly take the time to become familiar with our various states of awareness. I have found that most of us live in different states of trance at the same time. The dream state is when you're asleep, and your awareness is mostly in a dream state. The imaginary state is when we imagine or project ourselves into conjured images. It can be daydreaming, reading a book, or watching a movie. Today, we can add virtual reality, gaming, and the metaverse. The younger generation gravitates extensively toward this state. All imaginary states, even guided meditations and visualizations, are hypnotic states. This extrasensory perceptual state is where we perceive things that are out of ordinary perceptions, and we channel people that have passed away, communicate telepathically, feel alien lives, and have premonitions. The state of mindfulness, or awake alertness, occurs when you focus your mind and attention on whatever you're doing. You become present and mindful. It's fundamental for activities like studying, as it clears all other thoughts away. The state of physical absorption is something many athletes will describe after a certain amount of physical activity, like running, playing golf, or even dancing. The body movements seem to make you forget everything but what you're doing. Ordinary thoughts are temporarily suspended. A state of transcendental meditation is traditionally used to clear your mind too, so you can allow for a more peaceful mind. In Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, you will experience quite a few exercises to help induce this state of peace and clarity. All these states are good and serve a purpose. Some theories and belief systems will have you believe that some states are more important or more spiritual. We will stay off the judgment alley and just say that experimenting and understanding what state we're in or want to be in allows us to decide what state to enter and for what purpose. Understanding our states and how our story transpires through them expands our consciousness of who we are. The most important decision you can make is to decide your preferred state at any given moment. You will become familiar with the space called the subconscious. Normally, there is a constant stream of thoughts that flow from the subconscious and pop into your mind. You never really know why certain ideas appear, or why certain thoughts keep coming back in your mind. In your meditations, you will slow down your thoughts as you enter your subconscious in order to understand how they happen. Then, you can stop the feeling of being at the mercy of your traumatic stories. We do want to accept the subconscious, but only after we have developed enough mindfulness and understood the mechanisms at play when we enter or change states. This will lead to knowing our stories and being able to change the emphasis to what we prefer as we tune into our inner spirit, our inner guide's wisdom. All the states we live in have distinct volumes and intensities, making us more or less associated or disassociated with what we're perceiving. I will use the terms associating to mean moving towards something, and dissociating to mean moving away from something. It applies here in being able to move consciously from one state and enter another consciously. An example is some of the above states are used to run away from our reality, and the same state can be used to create our reality. For the purpose of understanding your story, we will use a hypnotic grace-guided meditation, imaginary state. We will enter a state of disassociated hypnosis and, from the subconscious, allow the storylines we follow to emanate. Then, we will acknowledge them in a state of conscious awareness and, most of all, analyze the negatively charged emotional areas that still need attention. The hypnotic grace-guided meditations are an imaginary metaphoric exploration using archetypes and symbolism. We're going to enter a dissociated state of awareness, and we're going to ask our subconscious to kindly describe the character and the story we're playing out in our reality. In other words, we will be an observer, and this visit to the subconscious will be like the dream state. Images in the subconscious are symbolic. Details aren't important. It's how the subconscious has encoded the events that matter, and how you'll interpret its meaning in the awakened state of meditation. There is a massive amount of information in our subconscious, and our logical brain can't synthesize all of it. Our brains aren't powerful enough to treat millions of pieces of information. The best way our subconscious can communicate with us is in dreams or symbolic language. The dreamlike stories speak directly to our primitive brain psyche, bypassing our conscious filters, judgments, beliefs, and our cultural values. This is the way wise men spoke for centuries, whether Native Americans, Aborigines, Africans, or even in biblical parables. This is how we will communicate with the subconscious, bypassing the thinking mind. It's incapable of perceiving the immensity of the information within and all around us. We will use a recording device as the storyteller within describes our tale. We will channel it verbally and start with once upon a time to create the dreamlike feeling and describe the spells and misfortunes of the hero or heroine. Then, we will get back to a fully aware state and ask ourselves to intuitively express what the tale meant. We will ask our analytic mind what it thinks about how the story symbolizes our character and our life. What is still an area of discomfort? The importance of this is to see what the intensity of the emotional messages are. What is the volume of your association? What is the dominant theme? How do they express themselves? Is it in obsessive thinking? You might even be surprised by some of it, or find parts humorous, or even ridiculous. Or there may be some information that remains important for your security, Of course, there will still be negative thoughts and emotions coming up. In the exercise of acknowledging your present story, you will go from a state of conscious awareness to an accelerated state of understanding by your body, brain, and your spirit. Eventually, all three will function together, and suddenly you will be feeling great relief. Something has been removed from your subconscious archives. You can't erase the memories, but now you can deactivate the negative emotions attached to them. You no longer need to hang on to the past trauma to have an identity. They're no longer useful for you as you move forward with your life. Chapter 5. Step 2. Becoming mindful of emotions and reactions versus feelings. In Step 1, you discovered how your emotional stories define the way you act and the life you live. And you discovered that there's nothing stopping you from changing the story you tell yourself if it's more authentic to you. In Step 2, you're going to learn to differentiate emotions and reactions from feelings. Because, contrary to popular belief, discovering what traumatized you doesn't make it disappear. Sometimes, it even reinforces the pain. In this step, we use the system to beat the system. You will use your metaphoric pain story to see what list of emotions you like to play. You will use these emotions that control you unconsciously and program the subconscious to alert you the moment an unwanted emotion arises. You will observe how you want to control them and do so consciously. Feeling, on the other hand, will from here onward be allowed to arise and fall with no resistance. When you have pain stories, they're already in the past, but something wants to tell this story again and again. These pain stories are charged with emotions. The trauma that marks you shapes your ego self. You don't realize how you have become again the victim and how you have attracted again a situation. You perpetuate situations that are past by recreating new ones, or you perpetuate a story in your mind. Let's take the example of Sally, a client of mine who was terribly jealous of her brother, who got their mother's entire attention as they were growing up, and it made her feel inferior and inadequate compared to him. Those were her original feelings. She had never gotten any help. She didn't find a way to release that charged emotion, either in therapy or through prayers or spiritual guidance. That emotion didn't get discharged and was negative energy stored in her, wanting to be validated. To her wounded ego, these emotions were real, even if they stopped happening when she left home at the age of 18. She became a workaholic, excelling and always filling up time with work in order to become a success in her mind and shine in the mind of her mother. Now, it was her mind that victimized her. Her mind never stopped. She would involve people in her life that would also cause her to feel low self-worth, and the bar to perfection was never attainable. The story repeats itself in various forms. All her pain stories have a set of the same emotions that are similar: rejection, low self-worth, fear, or sadness. She developed a character that reacted angrily, or sometimes adopted a demeanor of shame. The experienced stories of the past compounded, and she kept wondering what's wrong with her life. As any great workaholic, she had to be intentional and diligent in following the Hypnotic Grace guided meditation course. One day she said to me, "Sometimes I enter a state of peace, and suddenly my mind is rushing. It wants me to work at something or do something. I apply attention and tell myself I have to feel if I want to or not. At other times, I become emotional, Someone says something to me and I take it personally. Nothing is really happening to me now, so why am I reacting suddenly from one moment of peace to being upset in the next? I asked her to write the words that follow. That is my pain story that is hurting me, not the words. Words themselves can't be hurtful, and the emotions are a proof of what I keep dragging. Emotions are linked to thoughts in your mind, feelings to something happening now. You're feeling peace, then the thoughts create a disturbance. But if you can, stop and say that it's only the past. It's my pain story that doesn't leave me in peace. When Sally got some relief from her emotions, she said, "When someone says something and my mind has an emotional convulsion, I keep it calm and try to exercise what part of my pain still needs my attention. I know emotions are linked to me and my past, not to what is right now." I will give you two simpler examples you will relate to. Martha, a woman in her late 40s with 2 young children, never understood why she felt so motherly and happy when she baked chocolate chip cookies. But in hypnosis, chocolate chip cookies had come up as a powerful symbol. She recalled that for a couple of years, from 7 to 9 years old, when she'd come back home from school and her parents weren't there, she'd go to her neighbors to do her homework. They always took time to pay attention to help her and talk with her. Sometimes she'd secretly hope that they were her family. It didn't matter that her parents loved her deeply, but that they needed to work for long hours to pay for all her mom's previous medical bills from an accident. From her perspective, she was only 7, and they were just never there until late. She would feel abandoned. Chocolate chip cookies were the feeling of a loving home. Her parents were in their 80s when she realized their frightful path at the time, and that's when she decided to go and bake chocolate chip cookies every afternoon for them. The love and healing came back. In hypnosis, she discovered the symbolic meaning of the chocolate chip cookies and how much energetic love was stored in what they represented. She didn't have to give up the chocolate chip cookies. They were a symbol of love. She just had to use it in a different context, and the feelings of love and caring would come back. Emotions. Most emotional stories, good or bad, come up because they're feelings that never left your body. Their energy was stored in you. Emotions are stored energy. That energy can drive you to do good or do bad to yourself or others. Your whole life, your desires, and your thoughts revolve around these emotional energies. In Step 2, you will understand that emotions aren't feelings, so that you can use these and through dissociative technique, go back to your hypnotic metaphoric grace-guided meditation and acknowledge the original feelings without involving emotions. Emotions fall into 2 main categories: emotions of love and fear-based emotions. The non-loving emotions are easy to describe as anger, sadness, fear, pain. We can feel them as tears rolling down our face, or we want to shout or hurt someone, or we feel lost and powerless. We're hyper-nervous because we fear a situation might happen. Negative emotions are a way to keep the pain and perpetuate the suffering. An emotional person has all these defense mechanisms in place. I see people develop so many character traits and attitudes to face their pain stories. The wounded ego learns tricks and how to use masks. They have reactions they aren't aware of, or words that hurt. The emotions aren't even linked to the other person's actions, but to the thoughts that they keep having. They drag around their pain stories like a ball-and-chained prisoner. They don't feel the real feelings they could have in their hearts. They're chained to the pain stories. They surround themselves with people who will validate the story, gossip about it, and anyone else doesn't understand, has no empathy. They can't bring up any of the points in their pain story because they're defensive. Emotional people are susceptible, defensive. Unlike a healthy ego, they don't find it humorous to joke about any aspects of their pain. In spite of all their addictions or other solutions they have tried, they can claim nothing works. Would you turn on a horror movie if you hate being afraid, or if it gives you nightmares? Then why turn on your life into a story that you don't like, just because you don't know how to change the channels? Or identify with a character that isn't a match to you? To be authentic to your spirit and in your life, you need to give up the stories you don't like, and you can do that by identifying the emotions that arise. When fear-based emotions are removed, then the emotion of love flows naturally. Feelings. Feelings are different from emotions. They arise from a present situation. Someone says something hurtful to you. You feel hurt. And this is a real experience. You can do two things: tell them, or tell yourself how it hurts. You acknowledge the moment and the feeling. A situation may bring tears to your eyes, and that's human. You're alive and you feel things. Depending on the situation, it might be wise to tell them or not. But the feeling is received. It's felt. You may hurt a while, but eventually it passes and fades away. Feelings are a wonderful perceptive tool. However, you don't want to fall into the traps of not identifying what is working you up. You should experience your feelings as they arise, and not invite them, but recognize them. You shouldn't suppress or collect them so you can act them out over and over again. This attracts more similar situations. The feeling part of the subconscious is neutral. It makes no distinction between one story or another. If we watch a movie whose story touches us, we go through some of the same physiological changes as if we were living it. We feel the suspense, the fear, the sadness, or the happiness. We don't know that whatever we tell ourselves in a state of hypnotic trance, such as when watching a film, the subconscious believes. It doesn't make the difference between what is real and what is pretend or imagined. There is no timeline. It will send electrical signals to your senses to react, as if you're physiologically experiencing the story yourself, and right now. Binge watching is a great escape from your real life. Today, virtual realities might replace our true experiences, eliminating the need to create ourselves in this reality, which is a whole other topic altogether. The funny thing about our emotions is, if you unwind your stories, you will find out how they're nesting in your subconscious. You eventually realize that it's yourself that fabricates them by carrying on with your stories. In the work you will do, the emotions you will use will become the emotional triggers that will allow to be conscious of what has given meaning to your life. It can now be released back to the universal records. I sometimes wonder why infinite God consciousness gave us a subconscious that doesn't know the difference between who is giving the orders. Surely, it should always obey spirit before ego, right? I'd hate to say that this is the humoristic part of God. Indeed, if God didn't give us this choice, then where would be any challenge, any contrast? Would you play against someone who thinks exactly like you, even if you created the program? Would you want to have fun in the challenge? Be either and be both. I sometimes feel this is what we are, a creation that is playing against the Creator. Using hypnotic metaphoric grace meditation in the subconscious. Your subconscious is like a garden where all the potentialities exist. Your subconscious isn't something apart from you. It's just all that you're conscious of, for now. In fact, in the subconscious, every potential already exists. All the seeds are there to grow anything. If you ask it to grow more happiness, it will. Or, if you ask it to focus on your anger, it will. You have to be careful as to what you ask your subconscious. My experience is that you can attract just about anything. But how will we know if we really perceive the wish intuitively, following a godly order of things, or if we willfully created something that doesn't match our cosmic well-being? The most dangerous attractions come from our wishes. This is because most of our wishes aren't necessarily going to make us happy. Our mind generally doesn't want to see too much change. In the grand scheme of things, only our spirit, your ultimate wise self, knows all the probabilities and all the consequences. This course isn't designed to dictate to the subconscious, through autosuggestions, a series of demands. It's designed to broaden your awareness of who you're spiritually and physically, so as to take back the commands. I will walk you back through yet another interior journey where you will create scenes and meet people or animals and travel to faraway lands, all the while asking Spirit to redesign your interior programs, considering all the unconscious aspects. The stories will have various emotional feelings, but it's the quality of the resonance in the therapist voice that brings forth harmony, and then the energy of Spirit moves where it needs to move. With hypnotic grace guided meditation, we ask to be shown what we are, how we should feel, and what we should do or say. Then Spirit will go to work at modifying clusters of programs that determine our feelings and thoughts. Spirit suggests telepathically who our best self is, day by day. In hypnotic grace-guided meditations, you will reshape your story. It will be the one that you would enjoy more than anything else, and in which it will give you some clues to solve your problems. Since everything is filed in the subconscious, ego keeps going back to those red flag files. The subconscious has now created an extravagant story charged with negative emotions like fear, danger, anxiety, and stress. The subconscious then keeps those files open in the foreground. The subconscious doesn't make a judgment call. Ego does. Ego says, "This is dangerous. Let's keep an eye on anything that is remotely similar and warn me." We will practice accepting the information that has been stored and ask that Spirit begin the work of closing the files that don't need to be reinforced. Daily Mantra for Awareness of Your Thoughts. Because emotions come from thoughts that loop in your mind, and because it's difficult to catch every thought, you can use a counter chain of thoughts called a mantra. When your emotions are triggered, before you react, use the following mantra. This mantra will be part of the hypnotic grace guided meditation, and the mantra will eventually be triggered automatically. Spirit, tell me, what will you have me feel, think, be, do, and say? This awareness mantra stops emotions right away and stops the mind from taking over your actions. In summary, in this chapter, you learn the difference between emotions and feelings. You learned that you can start noticing the onset of negative emotions and their relationship to your inner pain stories. You learned how to become intentional about how much time you give to your worried mind using conscious awareness and about your subconscious. This is the beginning of you being able to develop control over your worried mind. Chapter 6. Step 3. Developing a relationship with Spirit. I once had a client named Michelle, who was advanced in transcendental meditation, and yet would argue that there is no such thing as inner spirit. I could tell that she and I were ready to begin the work she needed in order to change her understanding of spirit and her life. She had great hope for creating a holistic center in France, and yet every time she tried, she met obstacles that made her feel she should give up her dream. Her belief was that transcendental meditation experiences never revealed to her anything about a spirit, let alone an individualized spirit. Michelle, let's begin by redefining the zone or the state you're in when you meditate. Would you agree that transcendental experiences can also happen in other mental states, such as the hypnotic state between being awake and asleep? I had a client that went through a near-death experience, and what she described to me had common components with a transcendental experience. Would you agree? Michelle reluctantly agreed. And let me tell you about a friend of mine who described that during the Vietnam War, in the midst of bombing and dead bodies around him, he found himself being in an elevated, altered state that transcended the chaos around him. He has kept that feeling of transcendence ever since, and is one of the wisest men I know. Could that be transcendental in experience? Yes, she said. I suppose so. So, you see, whenever you relax completely, and the sensory components of awareness make a shift from the outside to the inside, you're in the presence of inner spirit, no matter what the outside world portrays. You're more spirit and less ego. You're affected less by this world. It's as simple as that. Spirit is a state of transcendence. It isn't the ultimate God consciousness. It's our individual perception of our inner me before all manifestations or representation of ourselves. So, in hypnotic meditations, you will have a transcendental experience, but your spirit won't be a passive energy. It will also be an active energy as your request for change is implemented. Spirit will act upon your intentions for an outer state of conscious awareness. Michelle indicated that she understood my definition. 2 months later, she called me. She told me how utterly surprised she was to see an old and dear friend who asked for her help in running a yoga and meditation center. She realized that her heartfelt intention had been reached without having to find funds to create her center. Spirit had a plan and led the way to the same result. Why do you need to develop a relationship with Spirit? Like most people, you have identified mostly with your ego, and you're reading these words because you're now ready and perhaps eager to develop a relationship with your spirit. You're eager to begin your transcendental transformation, which changes your life for the better. In your meditation practice, using the Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, your mind's content will become exposed to the light of awareness, which begins your healing. Through the language of intuition, you will get new ideas that will influence your actions and your choices. As you practice this relationship, you will feel and identify from your spirit. You will feel privileged to hearing the advice of your spirit. If doubt arises, your ego will be allowed to voice itself too. life will feel less complicated and more manageable. You will have access to your source of wisdom, and eventually your persona will feel more authentic and at peace with whatever is happening. What is spirit? Spirit isn't something tangible or concrete, like people and objects in our physical world, but I will try to approximate a definition that does it justice. Your spirit consciousness is a phenomenon that is displayed by your body and brain. It's the intelligence that informs and forms within. It's you as it's reflected, projected, and manifested through your mind and awareness. It's the intelligence that doesn't end with the death of your body. Spirit encapsulates your conscious and subconscious awareness. It's aware of all that you are, and of all the information in the universe that you can't detect consciously, but can affect any and all parts of you. You didn't create yourself from your thoughts and mind, nor did your parents. Spirit is what brought about everything that you are. Even though your parents would like to claim they created you, you and they are created by the intelligent, energetic spirit of God, as it took on your spirit form and the body form you identify with. Spirit is a consciousness that has your blueprint, your soul DNA, and works directly with God consciousness in your creation, development, and recreation. Spirit works within the realm of universal God consciousness. It's an intelligent consciousness in us that is close to God. It can activate or deactivate the energy flows to your body. It's in every cell, atom, and particle of your human form. Spirit is our ultimate observer, director, and creator, and ego is its hands. Spirit alone can't create without its hands, so it constantly sends impulses, signals, and messages to its hands. But there is a lack of synchronicity. Ego is still awkward and a small child. It has trouble hearing and following directions. It thinks it knows best. Spirit lets it experience things, to some extent, as ego wishes. The more you learn to communicate with Spirit, the more you will find out all you need to know to experience life in the best possible way, according to your nature and the cosmic plans. This makes your ego-like child feel happier with each step of its development. Life is an evolutionary process in which people learn to feel spirit flowing within. Life is a series of learnings that always brings us closer to perceiving the ultimate reality of spirit. Everyone is coded to unveil what is unconscious and discover their spirit consciousness. Everyone is destined to evolve and create more consciously. This isn't so much a goal to be reached, but a natural organic unfolding that manifests itself in different ways in each individual since the beginning of life. People feel there is something wrong with them when they aren't experiencing the feeling of spirit within them, when the energy is blocked and they follow their pain programs, or when they suppress life and keep it from changing. They feel an imbalance somewhere inside that's blocking spirit's energy. In this state, they live following their pain programs rather than their joy programs. They suppress life and resist change. A simple example everyone can understand is when someone has experienced a rape and thereafter blocks the sexual energy of spirit from passing through their skin and organs. That energy center becomes numbed and tense and will stop receiving impulses from spirit. This resistance adds to the tendency of our ego mind to avoid change. It wants to predict everything before it happens and protect us from repetition of any similar pain returning in the future. This survival mechanism is responsible for the long, successful development of humans on this planet. However, the downside is that it closes up to knowing about or experiencing spirit. Our fears, pain stories, and obsessions will hijack our capacity to appreciate life and all its manifestations. Our evolutionary human destiny is to expand our state of consciousness by becoming aware of our spirit. Learning to connect with and flow with spirit brings ease and peace. When you balance your spirit and ego nature, you develop feelings of gratitude and appreciation for the gift of life, and deeply accept the ways of spirit and God. Mindfulness and hypnotic states. Having the intention to develop a relationship with spirit is absolutely vital, but intention alone doesn't work. You need a method, and someone who can help you be mindful of your spirit. You have practiced most of your life to think as an ego, as an individual entity that is conditioned by an outer system of beliefs. You will need support to hear and see that you aren't a product of your environment. In this program, you will use both mindfulness and hypnotic states so you can become familiar with your spirit essence. Mindfulness of spirit. Mindfulness is a focused attention that allows you to know what is going on at any moment and about anything specific. It means being present in the moment and intentionally focusing your attention where you choose, without letting your mind wander off. You can develop mindfulness of feelings or of the state you're in. This is how you develop mindfulness of spirit. If you had been in tune with your spirit since childhood, you wouldn't have much of a negative ego story. You would function intuitively, with innate intelligence, and you would have a healthy, balanced ego that worked at creating what it takes to resonate with spirit. With guidance, you will practice mindfulness, which enables you to see deeply into your subconscious and become increasingly familiar with the essence of your spirit and the insights it will give you. You will develop an innate feeling of its presence. Your ego and spirit won't feel like separate parts, but as one and the same. Hypnotic Grace guided meditations to be with your spirit. Hypnotic Grace guided meditations take you into your inner landscape, where your imagination bypasses the limited perception of your ego. The guided meditations distract the ego and its mental fixation. These images already exist in unmanifested form. All thought images have an emotional energy, and spirit will create a forceful attraction of new preferences from an unlimited potential. Traveling under hypnosis in your imagination will already feel like entering the realms of your spirit. These voyages are a source of nourishment for our soul and best self. It's like receiving love from our mother. Meeting up with spirit in hypnosis or meditation is so fundamentally healing and nourishing that this state alone, this contact, is a path to broader consciousness. You will enter the state of imaginary worlds which contain all the potential of spirit. Here, you will sometimes incarnate the changes spirit inspires in us. Sometimes you will simply just dissociate from your reality and let spirit do its magic. All the invisible work of reprogramming your subconscious automation. Every step in the program is a step to discovering spirit. Step 3 of this program is about discovering and turning over your programming to spirit. But really, all the steps in this program are steps to identify with your spirit, to have it guide you, and bring it forth into your persona and consequently into your life. Whatever you think is wrong with you, if your identity and story feels off, if you have sabotaging programs, addictions, self-destructive habits, chronic emotional pain, or even chronic physical pain, it's because you have been more aware of your negative ego identity than the spirit you already are. I will use Hypnotic Grace guided meditations to reconnect you to spirit, using its language of metaphors. Your ego will then simply act as a checking mechanism, an organizer of your agenda, a participant in your transformation. The potential of manifesting the treasures in your subconscious garden when connected to spirit. The subconscious isn't something apart from you. It's like a garden of potentiality where everything already exists. What you think about grows. If you ask it to grow more happiness, it will. Or if you ask it to focus on your anger, it will. You have to be careful as to what you ask the subconscious. God's challenge is that He gave us a subconscious that doesn't know the difference between who is giving him the orders. I'd hate to say that this is the humoristic part of God, but indeed, if God loved playing chess and only had for opponents a computer-operated chess, He would want some challenge, and He would give it free range to select the moves. I feel that this is what you are, the creation that is playing against itself. My experience is that, yes, you can attract just about anything. You need to imagine it, and it might manifest. But how would you ever know if you really perceived the wish intuitively, following a godly order of things, or if you manifested something that doesn't match your cosmic well-being? The most dangerous attractions come from your wishes. This is because most of your wishes aren't necessarily going to make you happy. Your mind generally doesn't want to see too much change in the grand scheme of things. Only your spirit, your ultimate wise self, knows all the probabilities and all the consequences of the granting of your wishes. This is why you shouldn't dictate a series of commands to the subconscious through autosuggestions. Instead, you should broaden your awareness of who you are, spiritually and physically, so as to aspire to what suits you best. In the modified state of consciousness, using symbolic images, you will enter scenes and perceive people or animals and travel to faraway lands. Meanwhile, you, as spirit, will redesign your subconscious programs while considering all the unconscious aspects. Your relaxed ego will curiously enjoy this experiment. The emotional feelings of the story and the quality of the therapist's voice are important. So while you're under a dreamlike trance, spirit operates in ways you can't fully understand, but it will show you what you are, how you should feel, and what you should do or say. Then it will go to work at modifying clusters of programs that determine your feelings and thoughts and suggest who your best self is day after day. With repeated visits, it will reshape your story into one that you would enjoy more than anything else and would give you clues to solve your problems. The stories will have various hypotheses, but it really is the quality of the resonance in the therapist's voice that brings harmony. Then the energy of spirit moves where it needs to move. In summary, in Step 3, I described spirit and the transcendental state you enter when you're connected with it, and how mindfulness enables you to focus your attention within to find spirit. I discussed how this transcendental state of consciousness is an evolutionary process, and how every step in this book is a step towards finding spirit and making it a part of your life. Step 3 described becoming familiar with Spirit, so you can ask it to do the transformation for you. When you will learn to trust in Spirit, the flow of life starts to pass through you. And yes, there will always be rocks in the river, created by your ego or by the collective consciousness, but this is accepted, and you will flow around them and feel fully alive, like water moving around the rocks, as you combine your ego and Spirit. You will ask to feel Spirit in a transcendental state, using hypnotic grace guided meditations to communicate, in your subconscious, with your Spirit, and let Spirit manifest your wish for changes. This is the most effective way to manifest wishes and avoid harmful effects of ego wishes. This is particularly helpful for dealing with deep trauma, addictions, and phobias. Chapter 7. Step 4. Developing a relationship with the best self. Maureen was a successful soprano singer when she came to me for guidance. She said she felt she needed to be a better singer. She had been singing from childhood on, and it was a constantly evolving journey. But now she was stuck. "I've heard of your hypnotic meditations," she explained. "Do you think they could help me get past my block and perfect my singing? I can't figure out how to do it on my own." She was talented and famous, but she wasn't vain. She came across as a beautiful person, someone gentle and soulful. Her energy was apparent to all, and her voice was a treasure. So why did she need to get to the next step? Was she highly critical of herself, I wondered. I had to make sure. "Maureen, is there a voice inside you that is always whispering that you can never be good enough at singing?" "Yes, there always has been," she said with a sigh, that quickly turned into a sweet smile and twinkly eyes. That was her signature. To be honest with you, when I was a child, it was my mother's dream that I become a singer. She made me sing and sing and sing. She was so hard on me. I'd have to wake up early before school to practice, as well as the weekends. I suppose I led a strict childhood, just like every child striving to become a champion in any field. I had to be the best for her, to be loved by her. Then, when I was a teenager, I was so proud and really imbued with myself at all the attention I was getting from the media and the fans. I thought I had a lot of control of my life. I thought I was powerful because I attracted success and things. However, I was so unhappy inside. I was no longer a victim of my childhood, but my own victim. Singing wasn't bringing me joy. I had no real friends, and my boyfriend cheated on me with my so-called best friend. Singing didn't make me the best after all, and didn't bring me love. It didn't bring me power anymore. I started blaming my mother and everyone else for my miserable life. My voice had become a little gray and sad after several other random destructive events that followed. I decided to see a psychiatrist. She explained to me that what happens inside happens to my voice. I wanted to heal. I learned how to forgive myself and others. My voice became more joyful, powerful, and beautiful. Everything I ever wanted came back. I felt this was the best I had ever been. It's like in the law of attraction, you know? I still got easily hurt. I had reactions come back, although I never again fell to extreme levels. Now, I want to discover my real best self, the one you speak of. I remember hearing you say something once, that life flows through you, not at you or for you. I still feel too much resistance. I want my soul to sing through me. How does anyone know what their best self is? I replied, "So, is that where you're now?" "Yes, and I want more. I want to sing from spirit and from my soul as it flows through me. I want to feel it all the time, even when I don't pay attention. I don't want to think about it. I want to feel it." Maureen, what you have said is that you've almost always been your best self. Step by step, life has brought you into a more conscious self. You have a beautiful ego. We all get caught by challenges and reactions, but you have paid attention and conquered most of the traps led by your ego. So, we'll do this work together, and you'll go to the next step, and you'll know when you become your next best self. Yes, but how will I know that? I replied, what image does the master painter or sculptor compare their work with when they're creating their masterpiece? They already have the best vision within them, being held and revealed by an inner intelligence moment by moment as they work. How does a research scientist come to discover something no one has ever discovered? If there isn't some greater intelligence within that already knows the secret. Maureen, when you hear a tune is off, how do you know it is off if you don't have a spirit inside you that holds the right tune to compare it to? Your spirit has always been there. It's what has inspired you all along. You think it's just hard work, but everyone, including your mother, was engineered to lead you to climb closer to the best you could be. Her eyes were twinkling again, with her beautiful smile. I want to sing as my best self that is always in tune with my soul as it flows through me, and out to exhilarate my audience. How well she had understood the stages of ego connecting to spirit and creating her best self. What is the best self? The best self is reached through spirit and ego working together to become duality at its best. Best self is the purpose of living. It's God deciding to explore duality in a physical form. There are two components. 1. Spirit, the element that dreamed you up, created you, gave you life, and keeps on guiding you. 2. And ego, the person who is alive, keeps on experiencing change, and keeps on growing. The best self is awareness and experiences, feelings and emotions, thoughts and reactions, coded with awareness of the conscious and subconscious. Consciousness of the best self. Therefore, the best self only knows in part what it is, even though it's already completely and fully known to Spirit and God. It's a state of consciousness in progress, even though it has access to all the states of consciousness and God itself. First, you come into this world and a bunch of things happen to you and you feel under attack, even in the best of situations. There is really no one who will meet all your needs. Then comes your next stage. Seems like a lot of things keep happening by your doing. Your mistakes, you call them, or your great choices. You're caught up in yourself. Then you discover some relief through religious or spiritual practice, and you find your world attractive again because your perspective is less selfish. Or you find life is attractive because you can willfully attract people and situations by thinking them. But then comes the next best self, like for Maureen, the one that allows its spirit to move through ego, creating a graceful dance of the two. Qualities of the best self, happiness and joy for life. If you look back at your life, your best self has always been expanding. It isn't going to suddenly pop out, so to say. Every time you were looking for happiness, even in the wrong place, you were looking for your best self. Why do we have to have this state of happiness? Why does a person feel compelled to look for happiness? Because the feeling that represents spirit is joy and happiness, sometimes called love, which isn't a feeling, but a resulting state from feeling joy and happiness. When that joy is close to blissfulness, our love expands even more. We look for happiness even in addictions, or sex, or any momentary state of bliss. We're basically seeking the joy of our spirit nature. It's an innate calling. We seek joy and happiness in the same way that we seek food. It's our calling. Nothing wrong with all that happened to you or because of you. Let's stop all that blaming and move right on. In our hypnotic meditations, you will be seeking that happiness that makes you feel like you're in love. But best self isn't necessarily the image we have of ourselves, or what you think you should be in order to be loved. It can be a calmer you, a more confident you, with a more stable form of joy, with activities that are pleasing even in daily tasks or ordinary work. It's more how you will look at everything and everyone from a different perspective. With more awareness, you will accept that some things will change. The desire to become your best self isn't trying to control all that is happening so you can be happy, but to allow the joy of being open to the discovery of yourself. You'll be all right. I promise. You won't lose your ego. Spirit is the element that is always happy, and ego is the element that is seeking what will make it happy. One is stable in nature, the other is changing and seeks. Whenever you're seeking, your ego. Even seeking to become spiritual is seeking something. Ego is seeking happiness, to not suffer anymore. It's the uncertainty of this world and the fear of feeling pain that makes anyone seek happiness, including spiritual happiness. You, as spirit, don't need to become spiritual. Imagine how funny it would sound if I told you that spirit is seeking to be spiritual. It already is spiritual, no matter what. It's having an experience with an ego counterpart. Ego is the one seeking the best self, which is more homogeneous because it's closer to spirit. Best self is the state of feeling just a few steps away from spirit. Here are some of the qualities, or some of the signs, that may turn up after you work the 7-step program. Your best self will desire to keep that joy that comes from developing more and more awareness, within and without. Your best self is the wisdom of all your ego under the influence of spirit. Your best self is the perpetual present level of awareness as it unfolds. Your best self isn't specific goals, although it can have specific states it wants to reach, and goals are the framework for those states. You can still wish for love and money. Don't worry. Your best self can still set goals, but it isn't shaken up or unhappy or ashamed if they fail. It can still wish for material things, but it isn't trying to find happiness through acquiring material objects or relationships. They're just cherry on the top of the cake. It accepts what arises, whatever situation or experience. It's as present as the sky in the background, but it's also the clouds in the foreground. It simply accepts all the changes in life, the challenges, the pain, and fear. The best self feels happiness when it's experiencing some cloudy, sad moments because it's such a strong presence. The best self can enjoy diverse things, people, or experiences, but its happiness doesn't depend on having these situations, things, relationships. Your best self has developed a high degree of awareness, but is always in the world of form and duality, and accepts this situation wisely. Your best self's greatest realization is the unconditional belief that we're spirit more than anything else. That alone brings on a level of permanent happiness, calmness, a feeling of being complete already. Your best self will be learning that those qualities are its nature. Your best self is a presence who can feel a calm joy all the time, knows that you have clouds in life, but the sky doesn't change, the clouds pass. Spirit never goes away. That faith within frees you to accept your dual nature and its seeking element and indulge in the art of living. Be as you wish to be, and do as you wish to do, and say and act as you wish to, in complete communion with your spirit and your ego. The best self is connected first to the feelings of the heart, the feelings of love, before it goes into the emotions of our mind. The best self, which I also call ego spirit, doesn't negate life or question its irrational or painful nature. It engages fully in all the feelings of life. It doesn't deny the activity of the mind or dismiss the game of life as inconsequential. It's happy and derives abundant pleasure from the experience of living. Spirit doesn't separate and run away from the ego by claiming peace and joy only when ego and thoughts are no longer present. It doesn't condemn mankind for all its foes, or preach that it must try to be more saintly or more spiritual or enlightened. The best self isn't trying to find ways to deny the nature of its ego, to always retreat into just being spirit. The best self is aware of its spirit origins, but also of its dual nature, and accepts this amazing experience as the magic of being alive. The best self seeks even as it knows its profound spirit nature. The best self is the ego rising to be like spirit, and spirit engaging in the ego's life experience. The best self accepts its limitations and knows that its spirit passes through life as a visitor, even as its physical counterpart ages and perishes. This gives the best self peace of mind until its last breath. The best self is the ego that is becoming more divine. You, the best self, are constantly finding reasons to be happy in every role you play. The ideal best self is the one who knows and accepts the growing process. Best self knows that life is a trustworthy design of monumental scale and depth. It has incomprehensible proportions and immeasurable divine power. The best self attains many desires by a perpetual expansion of awareness. It's enlightened by the knowing that it's an energy that activates life. Best self is a creator of beauty in this world. Best self, described in my books as ego spirit, creates freedom from the tyrannical dictatorship of the pain stories. It isn't burdened by the constant dominant activity of thinking. Best self seeks to arise from a state of pure calmness and to develop deeper and deeper awareness of these existing moments of space within. It knows that there is space, and every other moment, thought arises in that space. Best self seeks awareness of different states of consciousness. It seeks this self-exploration of what it already is, from spirit, and what appears, from ego, more than anything else. The best self is aware of addictive patterns and habits and learns how to bring them to an end by awareness. The best self knows feeling is necessary, and even suffering. In doing so, you suffer less. The best self knows when it has a desire or an urge. It can experience momentary frustration as it accepts it has a human nature, but it's never enough to destabilize it. To the best self, paths open up and appear as synchronicities, inspirations, and desires. The best self is unique for everyone. Its fundamental perception is that God is present in every cell of everyone and everything. That's the feeling that creates the emotion of love with itself, life, and others. Subconscious imagery. During the Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, the therapist will consciously accompany you from a relaxed state to a deeper delta state. Once induced, you're going to start experiencing a state similar to a dream. The therapist will use a lot of imagery to bring forth the feeling of your best self and allow spirit to do the work within. This experience is very enjoyable, and you will look forward to the audio recordings or the sessions with the therapist. The amazing trick we humans have is we can imagine something or watch something in a movie or read about it and have emotional responses that are similar or the same as if it happened. In our hypnosis sessions, we are using this same capacity to become familiar with the feeling of our best self. This could be called becoming associated with the best self. The Hypnotic Grace guided meditations are going to be an inner adventure. Your therapist's voice will be your outer guide, but the experience will be uniquely yours. Without going into too much detail about how the method works, I just want you to know that the metaphoric stories you will hear will guide you on the outside. You will need direction to stay focused in the subconscious, so you don't get distracted from the goal of resonating with your best self. It will be a sensorial exploration. You will be having a perceptual experience of what you feel is relevant about yourself. Your ego, which is dissociated, will become a simple observer and open to suggestion from spirit as it rewrites the appropriate story that will bring about the birth of a new you. In these exercises, the therapist and the client are in this together, but apart. It's a little like going hiking with a guide and letting him choose the path. But these grace-guided meditations are multi-level. There are many ways to perceive the symbolism you experience, so the experience and the feelings are yours, inspired by spirit, for ego to mold into shape. Everyone taking that same inner journey won't see the same things or experience them in the same way, yet, at the end of the trip, they will bring back an inner change. Something will have affected and transformed them. Something will express itself differently. Unnecessary painful memories will no longer determine who you are. In your everyday life, you will experience relief from pain stories that are no longer activated. You will feel more natural, as if you're coming out of the darkness into the light. These Hypnotic Grace guided meditations will become your path to healing and greater consciousness. This will make you feel different. The best self is naturally enlightened and healed. It doesn't come with obsessions, addictions, tics, or even with all the unconscious tiny negative signals you would normally send out to others. You will experience some of your present conflicts being removed or being played differently as your presence is altered. This new, fresh, and clear-minded you will be experienced over and over as you listen to the recordings and the therapist. Each time, your subconscious will understand more deeply the meaning of that freedom. You will hear the tapes differently. Your character will no longer be molded from ego alone, but will be more fluid, as if you have freedom of choice, freedom to feel, and reinvent an authentic life. Do you remember me telling you that in the subconscious, you can't tell the difference between a real event and one that is imagined? This is why so many people who watch videos of dancers or videos of any athletic sport have a greater capacity to learn the physical skill quickly. The brain associates with the video as if it were living it, rather than getting a lesson on the same subject. It's inspired from within, as if it already knows what it would feel like to be in the same state as what they observed. This is what will happen. Ego will associate with the new feelings and images of your future self. It will be easier for you to give up old programs for the preferred feelings and joy. In your everyday life, any excessive emotions or sensations will create an almost allergic reaction to your ego. Over time, you will no longer associate yourself with your old identity, but will resonate with your new one. The language of spirit is intuition. We won't go into our exercises with premeditated demands or character traits. We will develop the best self intuitively. Then, allow ego to enjoy some of the details it wants in the picture that enhances its new freedom. Guided Grace Meditation Exercises in the Subconscious. In our hypnotic exercises, the same thing happens as when watching a film or reading a book. Your ego is resting and watching, but is also emotionally involved and loves the emotions it's subliminally getting from spirit. In this receptive state, ego wouldn't be resisting spirit. It would be waiting for spirit to inspire it to create and live from the reservoir of all possible experiences. Ego will feel inspired from the meditations and will create your new life stories, adding the touches to the character it likes to play. Its thoughts, actions, and words match the feelings. It will create your new best self, a self that continues to broaden its consciousness. In short, I hope you now know that the best self becomes real in the physical world after appearing first in your imagination. This is the way all things manifest in our reality. We project ourselves in the future to know what we should be or do in the present. In summary, you will feel greater consciousness from your journey into your subconscious. You will clearly envision your future self inspired by spirit. The purpose of these exercises is to feel the ideal self inside you, so it's imprinted in your subconscious memories. Your everyday thoughts and actions will be influenced. You will be able to do more than what you thought you were able to. You will be honoring your authentic self by expressing your spirit. Chapter 8. Step 5. Developing a relationship with a child in pain, your ego. Josephine was a long-time client of mine in France. When we met, the first thing she said to me was, "What's wrong with me? I don't understand why I feel this way. I'm always stressed, hypervigilant, and at times I have a bad feeling in my gut, like a deep, dark, empty hole. I came into this world having been dealt a great hand. I was privileged, born into a religious family, and always had a safe environment growing up. Yet, I'm not happy, and I can't understand how people who have much less and endure miserable situations seem to be happier than I have. As she told me more about her life, I saw that she hadn't experienced any major trauma or tragic events. I began the first of many discussions with her about what was going on in her thoughts and feelings. Josephine, your ego is your inner child. It's constantly talking inside your mind, and, just like a small child, it repeats what it heard when you were small. Did the self-criticism going on in your head start with critical words from your parents? Absolutely. Mom was always saying things like, "Why are you doing this? That's stupid. Stop chewing your nails. You're going to have ugly fingers. Don't have that stupid smile. Stop being mean to your little sister. Your brother is always going to tease you. Why don't you stand up for yourself? If you only paid attention, you wouldn't fall down all the time." Her words were hurtful, and her tone cut me like a knife. I suffered every day in small doses, and over the years, they added up. I always tried to please, but it was never enough. Suffering became a way of life for me because I believed I deserve it. Still do. Josephine, from what you've told me, I see your mom could be critical. The sad thing is that most of your subconscious negative beliefs were set for your lifetime before you were 7. At that age, you were in a state of trance, and your subconscious absorbed everything. Unfortunately, your developing and impressionable ego believed the criticisms of your parents. If you can step back and listen to your inner voice, you will recognize that it acts like a small, wounded child, sometimes angry, sometimes confused, and sometimes demanding entertainment, recognition, or gratification. And not only does it talk all the time, but it changes the subject and reinvents stories with the incessant, "what if?" Then it was time to talk to her ego directly. And we did so when we went to visit her hurt inner child in a faraway land on one of our journeys together into her subconscious. Part of what I said to her during one of our hypnotic guided meditation sessions was this: "Dear little one, you never asked for any of it. The way you look, the way you think, and your behavior. It's just the hand that God dealt you when it chose your parents, your geographical and your cultural environment. This was all part of God's plan to learn to respond and grow in awareness." I took it even further, so as not to give her ego an excuse for blaming others. "Josephine, this isn't your mother's fault. She also suffered as a child and growing up. She probably inherited suffering handed down from back in her family history. Suffering is experienced by everyone in different forms and amounts. The good news is that it can become the catalyst for self-realization and healing." In Step 5, your state of consciousness begins to change. You develop a relationship with Spirit. Now, with the broadened perspective of Spirit, you will develop a relationship with your negative, pained ego. The negative ego. Your negative ego is your inner child in pain. It feels small, vulnerable, and exposed. It was firmly developed during your childhood and continues to grow during the adolescent years. Would you, as Spirit and its parent, constantly criticize it, ignore it, tell it to shut up, or beat up on it? If your ego is only 3, 6, or 15 years old, would you constantly tell it to stop being childish and grow up? Would you demand your 6-year-old to go to college this year? Or would you keep cheering it along the way and rooting for it? Yes, of course, you would cheer it on and not criticize it. Your ego in pain is afraid because there is so much unknown danger, and it isn't familiar with its spirit counterpart. It doesn't know that there is something bigger than it, that cares and loves it. Ego thinks it's all there is. In your guided meditation journeys into your subconscious, you will console it and assure it with loving kindness that it isn't its fault that it's acting up. Over time, this takes away the guilt. You will be firm but understanding as you broaden its awareness and train it to become familiar with your inner spirit. Then, it will be able to communicate intelligently with you and will agree to follow your advice. Mothering your ego. Egos in pain, just like children, love to blame someone or something else for everything bad happening. This is reinforced by society and some spiritual teachings, religions, and philosophical ideas. They claim, if only the ego could be destroyed or ignored, then everyone would stop suffering and feeling pain. Then they would be happy. But I say, your ego is part of being alive, and so is pain and suffering. Feeling it and understanding your pain stories are part of the secret keys to self-discovery. It's the pain that gave rise to all great men and women and all great spiritual models. Ego shouldn't be ignored, even if you want to ignore your chaotic thoughts, because your ego child is still in pain. It's worried, needy, and afraid. It doesn't let you feel good about yourself, so it acts out with strong negative emotions. When you were a child, you had no filters, so you were at the mercy of every person, TV program, and belief system you were exposed to. You will venture into your subconscious and develop trust in your inner guide. You will let go of old, negative thought patterns and emotion and allow spirit to become ego's voice as you become more conscious. You will cherish what is being accomplished as you transform into your best self. Now you, as your best self, are in control and responsible for making the best choices to transform this little one toward a bright and a happy future. Your inner child is still fragile. It continues to need your attention and fears being judged. With Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, you will heal the child and remove the notions of shame and helplessness. You will encourage your ego to grow healthy and in the image of spirit. Reassuring your ego. Hypnotic Grace guided meditations use metaphoric language to talk directly with your inner child and soothe the pain so it can let go of shame and blame. In the everyday state of consciousness, when ego talks all the time, we will use words to talk to it and calm it down, not by silencing it, but by talking to it in our mind or out loud. This is effective as it calms the child by establishing boundaries. At other times, you will lovingly ignore it as it plays in the background. This will be done through conscious awareness exercises and focused attention. Why your ego can be so awkward and cruel. As I've said before, it almost appears as if God played a joke on you. He gave you the awareness to become conscious of your divine nature or to completely ignore it until the suffering destroys you. You can only conclude that you're a work in progress, so you can't expect perfection. You shouldn't blame infinite intelligence for the game of creation in progress. You can teach your hurt ego that it's perfection in the making, and all is as it should be. Ego doesn't like orders. You can't forcefully change it. You can only suggest changes when the ego becomes fascinated by another option that serves its best interest. Paul and his hero story. I created this story for a young man named Paul who was 12 and crippled from the waist down when his parents brought him to me for help with self-esteem issues. I wanted him to understand that he wasn't a crippled child. He had a crippled affliction. That he was a divine being, using the handicap to achieve greater awareness. I had to use words he'd understand. I came up with a story his ego would understand. In it, infinite God intelligence liked games of all sorts. Paul, can you imagine that you're God and are all-powerful? Can you imagine that as God, you have become super bored with the endless blankness and have a desire to create a universe filled with interesting things and teeming with life? This is how he might describe what he wanted to do. Before time began, said God, I imagined a creation, a game in which I could play with imagined friends. I would give them a universe and make each of them unique in form, life situation, and inner spirit. And, to make it really interesting, I would give them unique egos. After considering all the intimate details needed to create this universe filled with unique people, he said, "Make it so!" And his shout was so loud it created the Big Bang. And out poured time and space, a place to put all galaxies, stars, solar systems, planets, families, and you, Paul. Paul, this life is your fabulous adventure, through which God can live and experience life. You were made the way you are, so He can enter you, be you, and see through your eyes. There is something incredibly special about you that is important to Him. You wouldn't be here if that wasn't so. He imagined you, created you, placed you in a family, country, and culture. He gave you unique characteristics and set it up for you to interact with the other people. The world has been watching for your appearance. You showed up one fine day when the exact environment and people were ready for your grand entrance into this life. You're the hero everyone has been waiting for. You're a child of God and have immense importance to Him. He created your inner spirit as His eyes and your ego as His hands. He looks through your spirit and is proud to watch and feel your ego striving to heal your hurt inner child and become more conscious. On every step of your journey, your ego is cheered and loved for its courage, stamina, and resourcefulness. Now, Paul, you really know so much that you can't avoid living as your best self. So enjoy being you, Paul, and let God expand inside you so that He and you can have fun with life. Paul's personality was no longer affected by his handicap. He went from being shy and reserved to being very confident. His optimism became an inspiration for others. At a young age, he became a successful entrepreneur and a ping-pong champion. He went on to public speaking to express that everyone has a handicap and that you don't have to be limited by it. What's wrong with me? Life without spirit is like a map in which you only see a small piece of what's there. You don't see the big picture because you cling to your hurt inner child ego, who stops you from seeing more. Your hurt inner child keeps you focused on your negative pain stories, which limits your consciousness. When you forget your divine side, you and your life feels off. You become conditioned by your pain to accept it and call it reality. In your story, the plot is never clear or fair, but you believe it. You feel uncomfortable because sometimes you want to know what the future will reveal, but you don't know, and others around you don't know as well. This makes your inner child insecure, and it's constantly looking for ways to get you not to take any chances in what you do. This is frustrating, but you have no choice. It's God's will, they tell you. All you can find to soothe your insecure inner child is what has already been manifested. The problem is that history is always open to interpretation, and that makes you even more insecure. It seems like your negative ego only gets more reinforcement with each passing day. Like most children, your hurt inner child thinks that it knows best, that it's powerful, and it should run your show. It becomes a capricious child. As they say in the 12 steps of AA, I'm like an actor who wants to run the whole show. I'm forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in my own way. If my arrangements only stayed put, if only people would do as I wish, the show would be great. What usually happens? The show doesn't come off well. You think life doesn't treat you right. You decide to exert yourself more. You become, on the next occasion, still more demanding or gracious, as the case may be. Still, the play doesn't suit you. You're sure that other people are to blame. You become angry, indignant, and self-pitying. Your hurt ego is always wondering, what is wrong with me, or others, and this life? You can learn to speak to ego and to train it to think differently. Just like children, if they hear that there is nothing wrong enough times in their subconscious, they will believe it. Thinking is the language of ego. You probably have noticed that the more children learn to think, the more their brain can create the illusion of who they are and believe it's their personality. But your pained ego child is capable of learning to be in a different range of vibration. You can raise your consciousness, and when you're emotionally charged, pained, and your inner child acts up, you can shed more and more light on it. In hypnotic guided meditations, you can talk to your inner child and guide it to see clearer and lift it each time it falls into the darkness. You can connect with spirit, become its parent, and take it by the hand. You can broaden its awareness by teaching it about how all the suffering it has experienced is part of life, and teaching the motivation for healing and transcending it. You can teach your hurt child about the balance to pain and suffering that can be experienced through opening to life's love and beauty. You can go into guided meditation journeys and talk to the little child and explain these things so it can relax, be less confused, and grow. You will be able to convince him that he doesn't have to keep running around perfecting life, but that he can seek the guidance of your spirit. The child can learn to experience the peace it has been looking for in all the wrong places. You can also train your emerging positive ego to imagine your best self. Now the universe is still a wild jungle, but everything has a place and reason. You don't have to fight against or rearrange the jungle. You can just enjoy playing the role of the monkey or the spider crawling up a tree, or Tarzan saving Jane. In summary, in this step, you must train your awareness of the wounded ego. You will use hypnotic grace guided meditations to reconnect your wounded ego to spirit using imagery and metaphors that soothe and heal the wounded inner child, which language that brings about comfort, joy, harmony, and light. vocabulary that touches the wounded child's sensitive heart. You will repeatedly visit the child in pain, soothe it, mother it, teach it, and firmly guide it until you feel the layers of self-doubt, pain, shame, and blame drift off like clouds in the sky. Chapter 9. Step 6. Allowing the sensitivity and sensuality feelings of the best self. What do I mean by sensitivity and sensuality? There is no one recipe for being able to feel and be sensual. It's refining your life and your style in a unique way. And your uniqueness, in turn, touches and attracts others. Being aware of your feelings and sensory perceptions makes you sensitive and sensual. Sensitivity isn't about suppressing your feelings for fear of unpleasantness or for fear you will develop wants or desires. Sensitivity is about using your senses to explore and experience your outer and inner worlds. Sensuality is the bodily expression of exploring your sensitivity every possible moment of your life. It isn't to be confused with developing sensuous mannerisms. It's becoming mindful of whatever you sense, therefore, whatever awakens your attention, including what awakens your desires, and being mindful through your senses and perceptions, and to be aware of your desires. Being sensual is a bigger problem than we imagine. If your senses are switched off, you will automatically feel less desire, fewer dreams, less creativity, and it can create a state of depression, even apathy. Sensuality isn't just wanting to explore your sexual body, but other aspects like your breathing or your mind, or subtler and subtler aspects. It can be auditory, like listening to great music, or knowing the different bird songs. It's also just cooking or gardening, even the desire to share our knowledge with other people, as do spiritual teachers, is a desire, and an action to create is of great purpose to humanity. As a side comment, on many occasions, when YouTube randomly picks spiritual speakers on my screen, I'm drawn to listen to them. Often, I won't hear their message before I have picked up on their vibration. I just tune into their eyes, their voice, and the sound of it. It's easy to get carried away by the best ideas and believe it all sounds true. Then your mind wants to follow the meaningful phrases. But sometimes their lack of sensuality in their gestures, voice, eyes make me feel that they may not feel much anymore. Certainly not moments of anger, sadness, or fear. They feel so free that it doesn't even appeal to me, as if they have forsaken the taste for good or bad things, or even experiences. They have forgotten what life tastes like altogether. My mind has a funny bone at times. I was watching this particular individual who had a monochromatic voice and a face that rarely smiled, and I thought maybe in his quest for inner peace, for ending his personal suffering, he gave up feeling negative emotions, but turned off feeling altogether. I sometimes feel that many people are no longer sensitive. There is a lack of attractiveness. They aren't magnetic. Their words don't carry a charismatic energy. Their energy lacks this essential aspect of their humanity. A quality of sensuality says this is a person with a sensitivity on all levels. This is a bearer of life, an explorer. Other speakers might not say much, but are luminous right through the screen. And this goes for other individuals that don't claim spiritual ascension. I'm thinking of a young woman pianist I watched recently. Her luminosity came from spirit as it played through her. Some people have it and have never done any spiritual quest. I also remember having such a fond attraction for some of the people that were on a TV series called Mountain Men on the History Channel. I would have watched it over any other movies or series, simply because their relationship with nature had forged them to be as completely aligned with their spirit as any person on a spiritual journey could be. They had to always use their senses to survive in nature, and were sensitive, but not at all emotional. What do I mean by being aware of the best self in the present? The word present, or presence, is now so overused, it has too many meanings. What I mean is this. Let's presume that in the previous steps of this book, right from step 1 onward, you realized your spirit. I sometimes hear, for a moment, I had an instant realization through all the examples and exercises that I'm spirit. Even if it was for a moment, that is great. There's no going back once you have had that feeling once. It rings so right, you can't deny it anymore. Let's say now you get it. Now, that deep recognition must integrate itself in your daily activities, your life, and you must go through the acts of becoming your best self, the sensitive and sensual being that you are. You can easily feel in tune, because your best self is by its nature sensory perception. It's sensorial. Best self is a reflection of your soul and all that your ego has collected as wisdom and knowledge, so now it's exploring. It's sensory perceptions in motion. It's the senses that are your indicators of what you're feeling. You will need to pay attention by expanding your awareness to be present to your field of perceptions and feelings. Even if it's just being present to your different states when you're awake, when you're asleep, or dreaming. When that act of presence is felt, the best self realigns to it. If by now you still don't feel that you're spirit, but you have at least intellectually accepted the thought of your spirit nature, then you must still learn to expand your consciousness. You must question why your emotions are making you doubt spirit's presence, when all of your senses are shouting that spirit is a real state within. To be sensitive, but not in a hypersensitive way, is to be present and aware of your best self. That realigns your best self towards the recognition of your spirit nature. It becomes a natural awareness that is automatic. Turning the observer on. The best self also has the quality of an observer. It has that ego and spirit capacity to be receptive, to feel, and observe. It can feel when the force of emotions would like to take over your body and mind. The observer is always in the present. It's extremely attentive. We recognize when we're in the state of the observer because time seems to stretch, like a rubber band. You're much more conscious of what is going on around you, or where you put your attention. The observer has the capacity to magnify whatever it's looking at for a closer look, and the observer can refocus its attention on anything or anywhere. We leave the observer on while we go about our lives and while we sleep. It watches out for anything bad that might happen and warns us about it. You become the observer when you're automatically aware of your negative thought patterns. The observer is a faculty that resides within while you're alive. It will be developing awareness of any emotional pattern appearing. It does that by being a sensitive observer. Being aware might feel like an effort at first, but as the talent of the observer improves, the best self can depend on it, and it becomes automatic through the exercises and the hypnotic grace-guided meditation. It will become more of a soft type of awareness that doesn't require thinking as much, as it's a set of unconscious triggers when something feels extra good or extra off. As we improve the sensory, perceptive part of us, we will become more and more sensitive to our feelings and emotions while going about our daily life and conversations. Without blame or harsh judgment on ourselves, we will observe that we're able to catch ourselves more often and more quickly and change situations around. The unconscious patterns have become conscious. Turning the sensitivity panel back on. With these grace-guided meditations, emotional triggers are now used to get your attention, so you can become a sensitive observer. From this sensitive perspective, you will be able to calmly watch people without unnecessary emotional reactions. We have turned off so many buttons on our sensitivity panel, maybe by guilt or simply to not feel, not face our pains or fears. Not only our parents, but even our religious teachers or spiritual teachers have sent us messages not to feel certain things as shameful characteristics. Some went so far as to ask us to suppress our joy. The sensuality of the life within, experiencing itself, doesn't need to be diminished out of a persona. We don't need to deactivate the desire buttons. When we deny our desires, our likes and dislikes completely, we create another form of conflict. We deny spirit's need to experience ego. Now, to ease this tension, we look to meditation or abstinence when, in fact, maybe awareness of sensitivity is what spirit wants. Experiencing sensory perceptions in our daily life. Exploring your daily life with sensitivity is being mindful of your senses and body, such as when it desires a certain food, when it desires to listen to a certain music, when does it desire to put down the volume of the noise, desire to kiss a baby, caress its loved ones, or a tree, or to allow a tear to roll down your face as you watch a newborn calf get on its feet for the first time. That is sensory perceptions and feeling. Why on earth would spirit want to come alive through our ego? Why did infinite intelligence create all this? In my understanding, that is the experience of living. Some people speak of all these mystical experiences as being the way to spirit, but feeling anything is a mystical experience, a direct recognition of spirit in each moment, and expressing this is the way best self can be. Therefore, removing ourselves from family life or our situation isn't necessarily the right spiritual path. People don't need to abandon their life, responsibilities, and values. They just need to learn to not be overwhelmed by their emotional pain stories and the series of dramas that it creates in our life and the pain it causes to our loved ones. Expressing feelings is allowing sensitivity. Best self is sensitive to the rise of feelings as they appear in the mind or body. It learns to not hang on to feelings, especially negative ones. They use words to express feelings as they appear. If it's anger, so be it. But it doesn't have to be projected out onto another, as long as it's expressed out by your body. Most negative feelings can be moved out of your body by a physical exercise of moving around, by walking or running or crying. Also by breathing according to the pain, or by retreating to a quiet place to let the state of peace shift around your body and mind. This is how feelings don't turn into emotions and accumulate pain energy stored in the body. The best self has the capacity to feel and be sensitive, which is the dearest of all the qualities of being alive, without emotions disrupting their relationships with their partner, children, and friends. And they can express their feelings unless the other person has shown that they should refrain from it. Why we need to develop the feelings of the best self. Feeling life as spirit changes our body's chemistry, Even our physical pains can be relieved. Feelings come from sensory perceptions. The creative intelligence that gave us life also gave us a set of tools called our sensory perceptions so we can perceive reality a certain way. These tools were given to you by the infinite God consciousness for a purpose: to make you sensitive to your inner and outer environment, to your worlds, to protect your body. And as you're more and more sensitive, you can also change the chemistry of your body. Your cells are free and happy, and energy is flowing through your body and out, feeling the world outside of us. We need this sensitivity to be aware of the creation around us that I believe exists regardless of our awareness. In my opinion, creation is a separate mechanism of all the active components God puts forth, and it continues even when we're no longer of this physical world. There is a creation outside of our limited knowingness, simply because there is creation outside of our fields of perceptions. Our senses limit what we can perceive of the creation. God alone can perceive all that is, and we can perceive what we focalize our attention onto. This limitation can also be explored and expanded for those who are mindful and intended on this as their journey. The world appears to us through our senses and our sensitivity to it. Animals that have altered senses develop differently than man, also have different sensitivities. They see the same world through a different perspective. Depending on the lenses you have, that is what you will see the world through. You will feel it differently and have a different paradigm of understanding. Maybe on other planets there are living beings that were given 10 sets of senses. Since we don't and can't imagine anything outside our sensory perceptions, we would never see their world as they see it. Yet I'm sure theirs could be just as sensitive and as sensorial a life, if not more, but their spirit sees through them and enjoys that multiple 10-sense perception of their universe. Why else would the creative forces have created us with these gifts? To be seeing the world from the ant's perception, or man's perception, or some other alien being's perception. Let's stop the notion that there is a faulty mechanism in God's scheme of things, and we need to deactivate our sensory perception in order to stop our mind from feeling unwanted pain. Living begins when you make a distinction between emotions and the set of reactions that come into play. Sensitivity is really a fine tool that allows us to orient our lives. You can aim at having an emotion-free life, but you must also aim at having a sensitive life, allowing you to have deep feelings, such as love, and deep perceptions, such as fine taste for the things around us, or music, or art, or nature, or human nature, refining your senses and making us supersensitive and not emotional. Even the mind can have fine thoughts as it becomes finely aware. It's this finesse of the senses that make you attractive and sensual, not your outside looks. When all your sensorial elements are relaxed and you become more mindful of them, you awaken them and become more sensual in mind, body, and spirit. Children are naturally tuned to their senses. They have a great capacity to be aware of the sounds, smells, and noises in their environment. They're very aware of how they feel. Everything tickles their sensory curiosity until they think they have everything cataloged. Then they lose interest and move on to other things. As mindful adults on the way to rediscovering your fundamental nature, you must replay those experiences, reconnect with what the East calls a beginner's mind. By becoming sensitive, you break down your habits of thinking. This act of mindfulness can be done while going about your everyday activities. For example, when I go down the little staircase in my office, I like to run one hand on the wooden railing and feel its smoothness and coldness, while my other hand runs down the other side, which is a granulated, rougher surface wall. I get this small charge in all my body, a simple childlike joy. This in turn helps you look at everyone or every situation as if for the first time, instead of coming to it with preconceived ideas. You can then use a fresh mind of spirit and the preconceived ideas of the ego, combine them, and have the best self-impression. Using all that the subconscious knows and all that it has previously recorded. This is ego and spirit sensitivity. Feeling becomes a mix of instinctive and pre-recorded knowledge, and this gives the person a sensual aspect. Notice, I didn't speak of emotions much. That is because emotions are old, accumulated pain memories that energetically push you towards an action that may be out of place, whereas feeling and sensing have a different quality of energy. It's a sensory awareness that engages instinct and enables real feelings to be felt and expressed. In summary, you learn to become your best self in the present moment by becoming an observer. This gave you the capacity to become more sensitive and sensual. This connected you fully to the experience of life, right now. Chapter 10. Step 7. The practice of flowing into and back out of slower vibrational states to connect your ego and spirit. Teddy was a chiropractor and a client of mine that adopted hypnotic grace guided meditations in spite of claiming that he believed in only what he saw. He asked me to help him with a pain in his right knee. It had been bothering him for years, and he had to slow down his time standing as a chiropractor. He didn't believe in hypnotherapy, but my office was close to his, so he thought he'd try it. Teddy was mechanical in his descriptions of the pain, and all he had done to tend to it. I acknowledged him, but turned the subject around. I know from your clientele that you're loved, and that they trust you. I asked him to describe how he healed his clients. His face lit up. He obviously was a caring person. As he described healing his clients, it felt to me like he communicated to them, not just verbally, but through his touch. He had developed touch intuition to a high level. Teddy already had the presence, the sensitivity, and the sensuality. He knew how to heal them energetically, although he didn't call it by that name, which would make no sense to him. He had a large clientele of old people, and they sensed all these qualities. The calm within, and the kindness, and the touch of understanding in his words brought them undeniable comfort, as they'd come back for more. Teddy, you're already what you're seeking. You're already a healer beyond the simple mechanics of the body. You're in touch with spirit, your intuitive self, who gives you all these answers. I don't think so, Grace. It's my experiences that have taught me all this. Yes, you're right. Life gave you sensory perceptions and fine kinesthetic capacities. But you listened to yourself and sharpened your sensory perceptions of touch to refine it to an internal language, like a musician with his hearing. Every time you exercised that on your clients, you had to go within. You didn't just think this. You felt it with all the intelligence of life within you, not just your brain experience. You also have known so many people. You have experienced their life and pains through your cells or through your heart intelligence, unbeknown to you. Maybe there is a story that you aren't letting go of. You can feel and diagnose people with touch. Maybe you can use your internal touch to feel what is really going on with your knee, rather than analyzing this issue mechanically and scientifically. Needless to say, he explored himself from within through the hypnotic meditations. He was then able to understand his storyline. Symbolically, it was his mother's legs doing all the running around for her. He always had to do all her physical chores outside the house. He felt he was in charge of too much, going to the market, picking up sisters, running them to school. She was claustrophobic and would call on him whenever she needed anything. He felt he had no choice. His dad was gone half the year as a ship captain. When the father finally retired early due to a serious right leg injury, the father became the errand boy despite his condition. Teddy would, in the evening, help relieve the swelling by massaging his father's leg and applying lotions. Teddy developed serious resentments towards his mother, despite her condition. With the help of the Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, he had the inspired information from his subconscious. His knee was hurting from all the pain he was carrying within him. The pain from running around for his mother, and the pain from feeling sorry for his father's leg. His body had a pain memory, and spirit was signaling the meaning this way, as he wasn't listening to his own emotional pain. He drew a parallel to his present life. He was married to a wife who seemed to ask too much of him too. He received no help emotionally or physically from her. Apart from his work, he took care of the household chores. They went to therapy. He thought maybe he couldn't see what she brought to him. But he soon realized she gave him nothing but grief and demands. And yet, he obeyed her to keep the peace. Slowly, he felt his inner light becoming fainter and fainter. He was feeling that history was repeating itself. Teddy tried to heal his relationship for the sake of his young daughter, but he could no longer take the blame and pressure. They divorced, and life was painful, but he faced it and accepted it. Eventually, with the help of the Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, he accepted this new experience of pain in his life peacefully, without resentment. As you can imagine, the pain in the knee went away. He has now been remarried to the love of his life for many years. He and I often spoke of his body as an expression of ego and spirit, and how the ego must listen to the signs of spirit in the body. "Grace," he said, "I can get it now. I know it's not just mechanics. I just hadn't reached within to connect with my subconscious intelligence." He now has become an even better chiropractor. He calls himself a holistic chiropractor. He told me he influences his client's body and his own at a microscopic level. He helps them think they're healed before and after each session. And with his geriatric clients, he tries to help them transition from this life without resisting. A client of his told me that Teddy says, "Life happens through you. You're a sort of hologram of your spirit. This body, my friend, isn't all you are." And he gives them a big hug and a big smile. Sometimes, life presents unexpected accidents, of course. Some pain and diseases have their source from deep psychological mishaps. And the reverse is true too. Life has impacts on the body. Sometimes the body can have sudden impacts on the subconscious when it gets pained physically and mentally. The outside, then, has influenced the inside. But this is when spirit and miracles come into place. Even if you must have a complicated surgery, spirit can be doing the great work of assisting all that is cellular and microscopic by removing the belief of imperfection in the subconscious program. The faulty messages from the cell's genetic coding can be altered by the connection to spirit. Just like Teddy, you must know life is the great power. And when you accept what happens to you, good and bad, everything moves on. It's easier for the body to let go and just display the powers of God, the structural builder and rebuilder of life, as His work in progress. Trusting in the spirit connection. Spirit is a conscious energy that can't be explained or understood with thought. You have to trust in its existence. I know this sounds strange, but you have to trust in spirit above all things. All the faculties you have, including thinking, memorizing, analyzing, or feelings of your heart, emotions, including your biological body construction, didn't appear by themselves. They appeared as a response from an unseen, intelligent consciousness. When your ego is at peace with this life force, it can be described as a spirit connection. The spirit consciousness is the aspect of God, the almighty consciousness that we have the potential to be aware of. Spirit is a vast field of knowing that knows itself and created itself in a physical form. So, it's our essential nature. You just have to recognize you're the physical representation of spirit, even though your awareness may not show you the whole picture. You get more of the whole picture by connecting to spirit in altered states and flowing with the new perception of information you bring back. So, we must strive to accept where we're at. It's not just the whole of you, and that's just how it is. Strive at accepting others too. It isn't just the whole of them. No matter how enlightened we think we are, everyone is on a unique path of greater consciousness. What you feel now will evolve in the next moment. Accept that you have a limited consciousness with access to a broader consciousness. At times, you can feel at one with God when you transcend time and space momentarily. But this feeling fades away when you return to your normal activities. You can also re-enter that broader state of consciousness when you're in REM sleep or deep meditation, when the thinking mind has slowed. Your God consciousness, made into spirit, made into form. It feels like God wants to sense life, and life wants to sense God, and that is the sense of living. You and everything exists to sense. Even your cells have a consciousness. Therefore, the purpose of this book is to experience what arises from within. The changing aspect of life must be accepted. You're human. It's good to humbly accept that the self, or even the best self, is a state of consciousness that isn't permanent. The Hypnotic Grace guided meditations keep you aware of the sense of life and aware of what to accept and what you can change, which is the key to peace. They also keep you connected to your spirit, moving into and out of beta, alpha, theta, and delta states. There are many types of soulful practices, but this particular course is primarily based on how to access your subconscious through regularly returning to what I sometimes describe as an alpha state, a state of reverie. Alpha is a state that occurs when we're awake but relaxed, with our attention turned within. And the theta state is a state of deep meditation and hypnosis in which you can consciously create your reality. We can say that alpha and theta represent the subconscious state. Obviously, I'm not saying one state is better than the other. They serve different purposes. If you were suddenly in a situation of great danger, you would instinctively revert to an extreme beta state, a state of arousal. In fact, you'd be in the high range of the beta waves. There are times when this is absolutely necessary. For example, if you were a mother in Ukraine and your child's school was hit, and your 4-year-old died, you would immediately realize that you must run away with your other 2-year-old in your arms before further disaster hits your existence. In such an extreme case, you would revert to a fight or flight reaction, a more primitive type of action led by fear or sorrow, led by ego and the rational mind. This is all right, even normal. No one should be blamed for that. But as your best self, there would still be an underlying trust in spirit, even as you couldn't focus on it. Maybe once you could find safety and some nurturing or help, you would then feel the desire to attend to your more subtle spirit nature, to have it be again in the foreground. Accepting the ego-spirit connection means that you can accept all those states of consciousness, ranging from beta to delta. Ego is most active in daily life in beta. The beta state of ego, even when it's our focused state, is still in subconscious communication with the other states. This was the case throughout my life, during my marriage, and after I left my ex-husband. I remember waking up in the morning feeling everything was normal, and by evening, being plunged into extreme survival circumstances. After the initial racing of my heart and initial panic, for some odd reason, I was watching myself, one step removed, almost unmoved. At the time, fear and desperation was second nature. As soon as the terrible danger appeared, a part of my system would shut down. I wouldn't feel anything anymore. I wasn't afraid. I didn't care. All I could think of was my child's survival. I was focused, vigilant, on high alert, but not feeling anymore. I was in hyper-beta state. I would draw all my energy in the mind to reason on how to protect them physically and emotionally. I was in the same state when I ran away to France with my children. The details are in Chapter 2. My situation became extreme. I had an international warrant for my arrest for having fled while out on bail, and Interpol wanted me for child kidnapping. It was like walking around with the sword of Damocles' blade above my head. I often felt like just a witness of my life, steps away from it. Yet somehow I knew something that many people who've lived constantly on the edge have related to me. There was still, in the background, something that stayed peaceful and was guiding me. There had to be. I walked for 15 years as if walking through a minefield. How did I know where to put my foot and where not to? This is because the bigger you that sees everything, the spirit you, which you, the ego, can't feel in the beta state, is still there all the time. When the ego relaxes and switches to the alpha state, or theta, or delta, your ego is switching into more spirit mode. That is the ego-spirit capacity to switch states. Maybe you have also experienced this. Maybe you've realized that even in the tragic moments of life and the most fearful, when you were agitated and focused on surviving, or were in deep sorrow, something inside was peaceful. This something is the peace that comes even as you pass away into the unknown, knowing this presence is still with you. It's the same presence you find in meditation and prayers. It is the peace that passeth all understanding. The peace and force you can know from now on is with you no matter what happens or how you feel while it happens. It doesn't mean you won't feel great fear anymore, or worries for your future, or have no feelings of pain if someone dear passes away, for example. It means you now understand your transcendental nature, and you're learning how to move into different states of being. It gives you the vantage point of ego and spirit. It means you're now feeling the peace and force that is eternal in you as you experience life as both. The confidence of best self comes from consistent practice. It's necessary to shift to these other states, like the alpha state, in order to see and feel your next best self. It can't be created from a model inspired by your ego alone, which dwells in the beta state. You need to experience slower frequencies to feel spirit, and even feel God consciousness. This is the most conscious way ego can create its reality, because it's conscious of both ego and spirit. Now that you understand that ego relates most to the beta state of everyday consciousness, you need to switch to different areas of yourself so you can receive insights that aren't available in the beta state, the level of consciousness that ego dwells in. There will be several best self meditations, so as to really feel the qualities, even the habits of your best self, as this new information settles profoundly in your mind. Your confidence in gaining that ease with your new inspired self will be the result of this practice. Consistently switching into deeper states through the meditations will naturally integrate the best self more and more. Confidence is when you trust your intuitions and you validate them in your existence. It will take some time to learn, integrate, and practice best self, but you can't change without becoming more and more mindful in the awakened state. You have to practice being in beta, where you operate as ego, and then dwell as consciously as you possibly can in your alpha, theta, and delta states every day. Developing your intuition. Accepting the experience of life is trusting in your intuition. Situations in your life will arise that challenge your peace and trust. By listening to the hypnotic grace-guided meditations, you will develop inspiration and intuitive powers. As we have said in Step 3, everything we want, we must have it first be inspired from the Spirit, or we might design a life that isn't deeply satisfying. But as you follow the steps in this book and come to Step 7, what you must keep in mind is henceforward you know and can develop trust in your ego and spirit. You have access to these other realms in alpha, theta, and delta states. Whatever comes up in your life, you now know how to sense it and how to get your inspirations and how to change your subconscious programs. For example, if you have a standard problem, such as smoking, overeating, or anxiety, you can simply reprogram your mind in an alpha-delta state. It gets more complicated when you aren't sure if a wish is good for you or what should be the solution to a problem. Then you need to reformulate the question to Spirit so that it sends you back the right answers during and after your hypnotic grace-guided meditations. Theta waves are frequencies that are slower than alpha frequencies. The majority of the grace-guided meditations can be experienced in the delta-theta state. This is where deep spiritual connection happens. You're still conscious of your surroundings, but you're in deep relaxation. In your awake, everyday state, you will still carry the alpha state, just like when you were a child. Spirit will continue to send telepathic messages, and you will continue to use your intuitive channels. It will send you images or symbols, and some people see numbers. You will practice becoming aware of states you're in. You will learn to speak to Spirit in your mind or out loud, as we've learned in Step 3, and listen for the first image or symbols that appear. Don't rush to give it a meaning. That is what the mind wants to do. This is also why you don't share your experiences with others, because they want to give you their interpretation. Hang on for a little while, maybe a day or two, and then, if you see if synchronicities appear, then use them as confirmation that your intuition is right, and go forward full sail. Trusting in ego's intuition. Ego also has the capacity for advanced emotional intelligence. It's your mind, a beautiful tool. You use it all the time. In some situations, it talks to you loudly or makes you have reactions. You must pay attention. If needed, disassociate yourself by stepping into a light alpha state and become more of an observer. That is how you can now experience ego and its intuition and not be at its mercy. You will hear it talk to you in your mind, and you're able to know what is happening emotionally and act more clearly than you ever imagined possible, because you have removed the sting out of the emotional side of things. Yes, don't always vilify ego. It's all right to pay attention to ego's emotional intelligence. This ego intuition is useful. Ego has a form of intuition which is the result of all it has ever learned and experienced emotionally, or heard about from others or human history. It's instinctive because it's also based on past feelings that have been validated by the ego. For example, ego has instinctive physical reactions to outside triggers. If there is lightning in the sky, the noise alone alarms you to seek shelter. On a more psychological ego instinct level, another example could be reading a person and the mechanisms they have used when they lied to you. It might be the same in a new person we meet, whom we instinctively feel wants to cheat us, because we detect the same mechanisms. This form of intuition is valid and has great importance. This isn't the same as obsessive negative thinking. This is the brain working in a cognitive, non-emotionally charged way. Trusting in Spirit's intuition. The intuitions that come from Spirit are a little more complex because they aren't necessarily in reference to our logic or experiences, like for the ego. They don't fit well in a set of rules or deductions. They're sometimes downright contradictory to our analytic mind. They seem to just appear. That's because in alpha, theta, and delta states, we have access to the universal intelligence. Sometimes, we can't even explain why we know something we know. Perhaps this was because we were drifting off, or daydreaming out of ourselves, so to say, when we got the information. For some reason, for some relatively short moment, we might have felt like we were out of our body and mind. In those transcendental moments, we're plugged into the knowledge from Spirit, or Source within. Some intuits even have extrasensory perceptions. They have visions of the future, or the past, or can speak with the deceased, or angels, or feel thoughts energetically, or vibrations from outer space, or even from ordinary phones. They feel other people's thoughts and can telepathically communicate with them. Trusting in signs of the living Spirit within you. Spirit isn't a thing, but it has created the material part of us, including all the faculties of perception. Most people consider their brain activity as who they are, rather than who they really are, which is the spirit consciousness that gave them life. Spirit has forever created, with ego in the body and subconscious, to develop sets of physical, emotional instinct too. This has been encoded during all our species' developmental stages over thousands of years. Spirit has coded certain areas as emotional sensory perception zones. Feeling perceptions tend to be felt as an emotion in certain parts of the body. When you feel the emotion of fear, your stomach might tighten up, your voice might feel shaky, or if you're sad, your throat might feel tight and chest might feel heavy, or you might cry suddenly. Or if you're stressed, your muscles might tighten and your breathing shortens. Most of us have stopped to even be conscious to these signals. Your new best self will be able to perceive these and pay attention, learning to trust the instincts of spirit and the instincts of ego together. To be able to navigate through life in relative peace, best self must trust in all the combinations of both ego and spirit's instincts and knowledge. When you develop a more peaceful state of mind, you will see how they work together. You will have a greater capacity to analyze situations where greater understanding is needed. You will have access to answers that are wise and knowledgeable. You will develop that insightfulness of knowing the answers without having to think about them much. For example, if you wonder if you should leave your job or move away, or even have your children go to another school, answers will come clearly and with less struggle. If your mind isn't clear, then you go back to connect easily to yourself by using the Hypnotic Grace guided meditations to move into slower brainwave states, where you can ask your spirit within to give you the answers. To experience life peacefully, you have to also think as best self. In your normal beta state, you can't control your thoughts or what you say or do. You can control the quality of your thoughts by moving into the slower beta frequency range, where you're fully awake and alert but actively present in your thinking. This is a nice stage for studying and focused creativity. Most of the rest of the time, it's hard to stay in this state because it takes a lot of energy. So most of the time, we do things by habit, automatically. Practicing intention to the quality of your intuition. Your intuitions come a small moment before you're aware of them. Spirit will be guiding them. The reason intuition comes to us in an unconscious way is because we haven't yet processed the information, which is the function of the ego. To perceive something instinctively, you have to be in an altered state of mind for a fraction of a moment. You have to revert to spirit. This knowingness happens to the best self as inspirations, when you let go completely in any type of meditation and again trust in spirit, who knows all that needs to be known. You will hear clearly and attract the thoughts that match as spirit listens to your preferred desires. Ego spirit is an evolving and sensing character described as best self. Your best self is a more conscious being, aware of yourself as a combination of ego and spirit. Your perceptions and persona as best self are also constantly changing as its field of awareness or situations change. Sometimes I refer to you in our meditations as a vibrational being, because you're constantly changing your vibration frequency as you change your state of consciousness. When you're in your slower brainwave vibrations, your ego spirit is closer to the vibration of spirit. And when you're going about your everyday functions, you're closer to your ego frequency vibration. A highly positive ego spirit is one who has absorbed a deep sense of the quality of spirit and transferred it to the identity of ego. Best self displays aspects of you closer to spirit. Step 7 is the practice of flowing in and out of slower vibrational states to connect ego and spirit. You would be at all times the most content version of you. You would move back and forth in altered states to explore greater aspects of yourself. You go down in vibration frequency and back up to everyday consciousness in the guided meditations. You go deeper into a vibrational state to hold the sensation of this expanded version of yourself, and you learn to bring it back into your daily life. In summary, in Step 7, you're learning to become familiar with the process of moving from an outward beta state to an inward alpha to delta states. Becoming your best self is trusting in the process of switching in and out of these states. The guided meditations are the tools you use whenever something feels wrong. This is how you connect ego and spirit. You flow from one state to the other and back to the beta state, ego's predominant state. In this chapter, you felt your best self and had a sense of ease, and felt gratitude for your path in life and for the living spirit that flows through you. You have started moving toward a future state of flow, with your spirit holding hands with your ego. Through this flowing state of ego and spirit, you felt you can trust in your future. You discovered that when pain experiences come again, they will flow through you without creating residual trauma. Chapter 11. Which of your two voices will decide to take this course? Can spirit and ego agree to try it together? A friend of mine named Susan, who is actively searching for a close relationship, came over to my house one day because she wasn't having much success in her search. She came right to the point over a cup of tea. What part of your course process can help me find the right man for me? I didn't have to think about it long. I answered, all of them. I continued, it won't be instantaneous. You'll have to be patient, but it will happen if you keep to your new practice. Let's put this in perspective. You're the product of a lifetime of negative conditioning coming at you from all sides since you were little. Just think about all the lingering images and voices in your head, from your relatives, teachers, classmates, TV, radio, and the advertisements in women's magazines that conditioned you to always be reaching for an impossible standard of beauty, and consequently, lovability. No one taught you that you're beautiful and lovable. I'll help you to see and know how true that is. Susan, I know you're a big fan of watching cute baby and animal videos on YouTube when you have any spare time. You can attract your soulmate, but you'll have to do some things differently to see any benefit from my course. It's not hard, but it's simple and will take some schedule rearranging. You'll have to carve out some time in order to listen to my tapes. Stop watching YouTube videos 1 hour before you go to bed, and put on the tapes while falling asleep. In the morning, you can wake up an hour earlier and do course meditations and exercises before your day starts. If you're consistent with this, you'll see changes happen after a relatively short time. You have practiced being insecure about yourself, linking lovability with looks. Beauty and lovability are cultivated on the inside and radiate outward for the world and your future soulmate to see. The radiance that attracts your true mate is spirit. Just know you have spirit inside and outside, and with spirit, you can do anything. But your ego has to be tamed first to stop resisting and cooperate with your transforming process. My course is designed to do just that. That's a wonderful idea, Grace, but tell me more about the benefits. One part of me knows what you're saying is true, but there's this other voice that says, I could never be beautiful and lovable. Look in the mirror. I could feel her emotions as she asked me, please tell me the truth about what's possible for me. Can you help me find my soulmate? I replied, I can't give you a guarantee. It all depends on you and how much you want it. I'll email you a file that'll give you some pointers on what will attract the right person." As she was leaving, she smiled hopefully and said, "I'll look forward to reading it." That night, I prepared the following message for her and sent it. The beautiful, lovable, and attractive state of ego-spirit presence. Become your best self from the inside out. Become grounded in your best self and inspire others to become their best self. Become aware of the calming feeling of your spirit. Become the passive and active balance qualities of your spirit as the observer. Become aware of the active qualities and negative flaws of the ego, the thinker, and the doer. Become aware of the emotional child within. Help it grow out of its emotionally charged pain. Become the healer of your emotional trauma. Become more accepting of the natural pain of life and the function of pain versus suffering. Become more understanding and forgiving as you accept everyone's unique path and their unique pain and sufferings. Become familiar with your imagination and creative powers. Become aware of feeling and develop your instincts. Become more aware of physical sensations from your surroundings and your body and their messages. Become aware of synchronicity signs as proof of spirit in action. Become sensual with life and all living things. Become aware of your beauty and how your beauty and the beauty of others and the beauty of life brings out the quality of love. Become more in love, which brings out the organic qualities of goodness, giving, and altruism. Become aware of the feelings of gratefulness growing within as you feel more aware of life. Become aware of how much you're able to calm the once uncontrollable mental activity. Become aware of how you have improved your health, maybe cured some ailments caused by emotional pain. Become aware of how much easier it's to deal with your addictions or to stop certain habits when you no longer need outside stimulation to soothe yourself. Become aware of your body, what you eat, and what you need. Become aware of the triggers that you've set in place in order to be aware of excessive emotions. Become aware of how easily things come to you and happen to you when you lift off the weight of your pain stories and use the creative forces of spirit to guide your life. Susan texted me back, "Are you kidding me? If I grow into this person, I'll be so advanced spiritually. Can you imagine how hard it will be to find someone who matches me at that same level of awareness? Maybe this is really a path to loneliness?" I texted her back. "Bingo," I replied. "Your ego always wants the final word, right?" I called her because I knew meeting someone was the most important thing in her life right now. When we met, I explained, "Yes, your feelings of loneliness inside will decrease, as your social loneliness may increase. But many people still enjoy the company of everybody they still know, because everyone has something you don't have, and communication can go on silently between spirits. Even when others seem so different from you, it's not a matter of levels. However, fitting in will become less important. You might lose some friends. Heck, your family may even mock this change because they don't really understand what you're going through. But ask yourself, what is most important to you? Even though some of those around you can't see it, is that a reason to give up on your dream of attracting the right man by becoming beautiful?" Susan, your inner confidence and radiance will attract someone who is on his own path at an equal vibrational energy as you. someone who meets you on your journey and wants to share a spiritual connection with you. Susan, the truth is, I can't give you those answers, but if you trust in your work and you're diligent, Spirit will show you the answers. Indeed, you have the ability to awaken great spiritual awareness. Then, all you have to do is trust that what happens is perfect for you. Why is life so difficult? If you're reading this book and considering taking my course, then you have a problem and you need to find a solution. You're looking for someone who understands you and can give you the best guidance available. I hesitate to use this word, but you're looking for an expert you feel safe with. Someone who has a process that brings the transformation you desire. You know deep inside that there is a lot more to life than just taking care of your physical needs, while fearfully expecting an uncertain future with more of the same. You passionately desire to live a life that is happy, balanced, empowered, fearless, certain, and rich in sensations. You sense these possibilities are within your reach, and you consciously strive to find your true self. You yearn to discover or rediscover your innately happy and whole ego spirit nature. You're searching for an effective solution because life just seems way too hard, and your ego is trying to figure out why things feel off. It wants to finally grasp the actual reason why there are so many obstacles in its life to lasting peace and happiness. But it's skeptical. You're already astute in matters of your soul, and your ego has learned that the most sensible of all your goals is being connected with its broader consciousness. So why the hesitation? To answer that question, it's necessary to understand the nature of your ego. Why is it so hard to feel inner spirit? It's so hard to feel your inner spirit because the nature of your ego and the role it plays in your life. Historically, your ego mind developed to allow you to survive in an incredibly complex and often dangerous physical existence. Therefore, ego wants to stay comfortably in a beta state of vibration. The brilliant success of your ego's ability to differentiate, reason, and communicate collectively is precisely what causes you to have difficulty in being aware of spirit. Physical and emotional needs have become the primary concerns that give priority to intellectual development. Consequently, the majority of people have become obsessed with developing their intellectual abilities and learning skills to get what they need in life. Their lives have become busy, and time to relax is often interpreted as time for distractions. Spiritual awareness has historically been handed off to a few sensitive individuals who act as prophets, gurus, shamans, wise men and women, and religious leaders in the community. Realistically, in the ever-increasing pace of the modern world, the vast majority of people can't take the time to think about or feel their inner world enough to become familiar with their inner spirit. Except for religious services on Sunday or a couple of meditations each week, our awareness of having the ability to access other states of consciousness is largely ignored, while intellect flourishes. To this day, this perspective has dominated the collective awareness and moved ego almost exclusively outward to the external physical reality and away from spirit within. It's the prominent reality your ego can conceive of, and the reason it's skeptical of turning loose any of its control. It's trying to protect you, and can't envision how something intangible like spirit can make your life better. Becoming aware of your real wants and needs, according to your particular inner spirit in your subconscious, is the key to your transformation. Your conscious mind is a busy place. It's constantly receiving and relaying messages from your subconscious, though you have no control of the content. Does your ego understand that there is a huge imbalance in your life that can only be corrected when you develop a relationship with inner spirit? Do you want to see changes from day one and feel yourself progress without an excessive amount of time and effort committed? Or do you want to spend the rest of your life at the mercy of your subconscious mind, wherever it takes you mentally, emotionally, and physically? Becoming aware of the less familiar part of you that is your inner spirit in your subconscious is the key to gaining balance and control. Hypnotic Grace guided meditations have been developed to do just that. It's a proven process of techniques that guide you into your subconscious, where you let your inner spirit balance your top-heavy ego, heal your hurt inner child, and change your deep negative programming. You won't lose your ego, you will enhance it. Ego and inner spirit will become partners in your physical, emotional, and spiritual experiences. When we work together through guided meditations, you will focus your attention inward so you can feel your inner spirit. When this happens, your ego will quickly realize that there are many ways you will benefit by forming a partnership with your inner spirit. When your ego understands how much personal happiness you will feel by working with your subconscious, it will look for opportunities to move past any resistance into going into altered states so it can feel spirit. It will learn that when you relax and momentarily slow down your thoughts in my meditations, the stressful activity of everyday life fades and you become peaceful and calmer. You will rapidly enjoy these moments that provide a sense of security and inner strength. You'll somehow find the time to make this a regular practice if you want to succeed. You'll probably need to sacrifice an hour of television every day, or lunch breaks will need to be shortened. It's not going to be hard, but it should be consistent. You'll find it can be pleasant. All you have to do is find a quiet place and put on the appropriate Hypnotic Grace guided meditation recording. A more detailed explanation of the techniques will be provided in the course workbook. The ego-spirit oneness is the solution you have been looking for. You're really going to love it. In summary, in this chapter, you felt a strong pull to move toward a better version of yourself and a better life. However, you also felt your skeptic child, the one that isn't healed and doesn't want to give up its power over you. Which part of you will win is determined by how well you can get your ego and inner spirit to work together. It depends on how much you truly want to leave the pain and chaos behind and move towards the life you have always dreamed about. I believe in you. Ultimately, through Hypnotic Grace guided meditations and consistent practice, you will go much further and develop an ego-spirit marriage that will transform your life. Chapter 12. And now begins the best part of your life. Since I was a child, I knew I had an inner power that enabled me to overcome the worst type of circumstances. I realized that when I would get hurt by people around me with their words or physically abuse, I could still trust in my friend Jesus to understand me and guide me. Later, I knew he was the archetype for my spirit. He was the one I would consult, and his vibrational energy loved and protected me unconditionally. I also knew without a doubt that the normal waking state of conscious, the beta state, wasn't what it seemed, and I wasn't going to buy into it without questioning. I learned to resist by cultivating my dream world for as long as I could. I visualized things changing. Back then, what we know now as the alpha state was called daydreaming. I also spent a lot of time in my various universes, no longer aware of my surroundings. This probably explains the bursts of insights that I would get. Today, this can be described as the theta state. Over my lifetime, it has morphed into the Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, which are based on the same faculties of perception. I also read over and over again many fairy tales and books with heroes, because I knew, without knowing, that the power of my imagination was the answer to hope and creating my reality. Everything I ever hoped for, I have today. And this is because I dreamed it and sowed the seeds subconsciously with the help of my spirit before I could ever see it be. You started this book feeling that there was something wrong with you. As you read further, you expanded your understanding. It's your lack of attunement to your spirit that causes you distress. I promised you that the healing lie in the recognition that your spirit, even if this realization is only, for now, in your mind. Now there is a distance to bridge from knowing in your mind to feeling the life force of spirit within you, and that your God consciousness, your spirit and ego. In Christianity, it's the famous pattern of God as God, the Son, and the Spirit. They're all one, really, and you're just as much a son and a spirit of God consciousness as Jesus was. That is your birthright. Rejoice or ignore your divine lineage, whether you choose to live by it or ignore it, as long as you wish. Ignoring this aspect of you is what causes your pain. That pattern is also the same I'm using to describe the major variations in our perspectives. We can't see from God consciousness, but we're provided with a guide through the consciousness of spirit. We have always had guides, and they aren't just the saints or religious people. I do believe that Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad are actually living spirits that are still guiding our society. They help people heal, change, and promote positive qualities. They have become examples for spirituality in our collective society. In the same pattern of God, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, you also have the same components of transcendent excellence with your own particularity. You can be the hand that uplifts others. From my observations, everyone is pulled toward God consciousness, and humanity's path is to gradually move from being highly connected to areas of the physical and mental to being highly synchronized with spirit. Your life must have a structured practice. Just like your structured time for physical exercise, you must schedule time for spiritual practice. Here, the practice happens to be a cocktail of hypnosis and meditations, and more specifically, Hypnotic Grace guided meditations. Your transformation process begins by coming aware that you have a story, and that it's in your subconscious mind and your conscious mind. You will decode the symbolic meaning of your life and begin creating a new story. You will also practice mindfulness of your emotional reactions. See what thoughts they're linked to. After Hypnotic Grace guided meditations, you will see appear thoughts from spirit that are vibrationally different, intended to make you feel good, thoughts that guide you and please you, thoughts that are heartfelt and gut-felt. You will become more and more familiar with the thoughts and what emotions they produce versus feelings. Both are on vibrational frequencies ranging from positive to negative. Those vibrations create thoughts that flow through you. Your best life isn't the one ego dreams of, but the one that will be conveyed to you by your spirit. When you practice connecting with spirit, little by little, your visions get clearer, and the feeling you want in your life is the most important aspect. You want to feel love, peace, and strength. You can have that without necessarily having the things that give you the illusions of love, peace, and strength. Whatever comes to you, it will still be unique, but will bear the sweetest of fruits. Your best self is such a sweet step in the process. When you finally get to meet and know what that feels like, then all is well. You can relax and know concretely that your best self already exists. All you now have to do is practice being familiar with this part of you in the subconscious first, then in the everyday. Developing a relationship with the child in pain is really about developing awareness of the pain it has memorized and keeps repeating to itself. Some souvenirs this child has kept are touching. You may develop great love for your child in pain. You'll understand why certain words, or even music, or perfumes bring out certain emotions. In this step, you will take the child out of its mesmerized past and out into the light of spirit which created it, and soothe it until it no longer lives in fear or nostalgia. Allowing sensitivity and sensuality feelings may seem unimportant, yet life is the story of the portrayal of our sensitivity, and our sensuality is the portrayal of that sensitivity. In this program, you allow yourself to be sensitive. All the parts that were cut off because it was too painful to be who you are. Now you're free to express yourself, and you're free to be sensual, to express your sensitivity. This is life at its best. This is best self, happy and flourishing, bathing in the light of spirit, and playing out a fully authentic life. In meditative states, over and over again, you will experience this before it becomes real in your life. In Step 7, you know that the subconscious is extraordinary and that all things are possible. You develop the practice of moving into altered states of consciousness, like alpha and theta, and then back into the normal, active, everyday state of beta. You're here now, at the end of this book, and you must know viscerally that your thoughts influence your reality, and not just on a conscious level, but also in a subconscious level. The regular practice of modifying your inner perceptions and using the conscious and subconscious mind will change you and your life in quite a rapid way. If you practice the techniques I offer you with your whole heart, mind, and soul, then any reality you truly believe in will happen. But the best dreams are those you ask God to manifest for you. How you can create your dream come true. This isn't a course that requires struggling to improve yourself. It's a course designed to access a state of peace that you will enjoy through meditations and exercises. You will learn to allow a state of grace to flow and naturally flower. In this state, you will access spirit, the part of you that can reach deeper levels of knowing. You will become more intuitive, more naturally in tune with spirit. The more you experience the deeper levels of consciousness, the more authentic you grow. Your new self will be like a flower, always changing, but mostly always growing. You may be starting to grow out of the habit of emotional pain, fear, and shame, and you may wonder if it's possible that life will spare you from pain altogether. But just as you must develop awareness of joy within, you must accept life and its share of pain. You can't live life if you close off pain. The truth is, there will always be pain. It's the business of life. Your heart may break 1,000 times, but your spirit doesn't. Keep on experiencing it all that is life, and feel it as it passes through you, no longer destroying you. Accept the inevitable passing of your spirit out of your human form one day. Best self isn't eternal, but rejoice as you experience this temporary, finite representation of who you are. Be the most conscious you can be in every moment forward, a being marked by the passage of time. The changing of you now and you in the next moment, as a spirit and an ego. Life is composed of the combinations of special experiences of joy and pain. What will change now in your life is that you are becoming more aware. Your life will change for the better, not because you struggle more or work more at it, but because you have done the changes of redesigning your inner garden. You have cleaned out the weeds. May it rain or shine, you're attending to your garden. You're listening to the voice within all the time, despite your flow of thoughts. Many life changes are sure to happen. As your intuition develops, you can now avoid certain situations and produce better results with less effort. Having gone through this book, you now know what living intuitively in ego spirit means. A prayer for powerful intentions. I'm a spirit and I'm an ego. I'm a powerful being. Life is my dream come true. Spirit flows through me as I walk through the path of life. Whisper to me, Spirit, what to think, how to be, and where to go. Remind me that I must not let anything take my joy and peace away. May I let go of fear in every moment, so that everything that is good for me and the world will come into my reality. May I continue to feel like the person I most love being, feeling wide open with joy and love, experiencing the pleasure of a deep state of calm. May this sense of well-being extend to others. As my consciousness grows, I will replace judgment with kind awareness and see others from the perspective of their spirit. I will be aware of others as a miracle and gift to the world. I will strive to touch their hearts and minds and allow them to touch mine. May I have the courage to let go of my pain stories and be inspired with the visualizations that bring me joy and peace. I believe in the almighty order of the universe, and I, my ego, accept all my limitations. My dream gives my life direction and the power to attract positive synchronicities. I will accept the time needed for my dreams to become reality. I trust in the powerful spirit that I am. Spirit will bring me the situations that truly are meant to be lived by me. I don't weep about the seeds that died or that the wind blew away, but enjoy the ones that are growing. Though I can't see them yet, I believe and know many will grow in God's time. My thinking alone can't bring changes, so I focus on feeling what I want and let Spirit manifest it for me. In summary, life is happening through you. It's yours to be enjoyed. There's nothing wrong with you.